Next slide. All right, so that's picture the focus. Keep going. Hold up. Go back. All right. Alimuhammad is the source of dog studies in detail.
Where's my shit?
All right. Hold on. Don't get my shit in yet. Look. Listen to book. You have the audio on. You put the microphone. Alimuhammad described 3 mechanisms of evolution. These are the struggle of the life form for existence, transformation of species, not to one specific one out of their species, but within the specific species. So when you look at these hominid apes and you look at the white man, these are only mutations of black people. The common ancestor between the hominids and the original people are the original people themselves. And then we wrote about the Vanara in the Mahabharata, all right? We wrote about the Kiratim in the Quran, saying that they were cursed. How did indigenous people write about these things that were supposed to happen before there was Homo sapiens? Al-Qaeda's theory, all right, is what influenced European things like Darwin. Al-Qaeda's theory is theologically scientific. He creates a unique synthesis. He accepts that the first cause of evolution in living organisms is the creator. Wow. If there's no creator, keep going. Fly. I'm going to end this meeting. Come on, keep going. I got about 3 minutes. Let me get this 8 years bullshit out of here. Come on, keep going. Real black people. Go back. Right there. Go back. Now, okay, that's white woman with white chromosomes. So you think you got white chromosomes, you didn't know that. All right. All right, go back. No, go forward. Go to the slide with the galaxy on. Next slide. Stop. Now, is there a supreme force in this universe that is identifiable by location, point, and observation that is upholding even my goddamn voice today to be able to speak into a
peace to the family. This is Zul Ali, candidate for U.S. House District 12 here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Let's just be real, folks. The Democrats have destroyed our major cities. Their policies have made us less safe, they've given us less economic opportunity, and they've provided less educational opportunities for our children. And that's why I'm running for Congress, because I know what it takes to improve these issues. I've got great working relationships already in D.C. I spent the last 10 years of my life building my political resume so that one of us, somebody who thinks like we do, could get into D.C. and make a difference. I want you to visit aliforcongress.com to find out more about my campaign. The Democrats have already done enough, and now they're putting illegal aliens in front of me.
That's the algorithm.
We deal with the law of primary causality, and it's moving around a star, and the star's moving around something else. If we can find the center point of the motion, we find the causality for every other motion, including your black ass having the ability to walk to the back. Because without the oxygen and the charge of the Earth's magnetic field and the ability to breathe in and out of the oxygen and receive the energy to get your ass up, you wouldn't be able to move. What's causing you to move? Niggas said you didn't create Earth. Lord, that you created something. And we know mysteries don't move nothing, because if your black ass want to get out there because you're tired of me, you'll get your ass up and walk out. So, what our ancestors knew is that at the galactic core, and I won't even call it a black hole for the sake of missing it, that, next slide. Oh, right there. That there were 16 stars rotating around pure black space. Now, we can try to get into another discussion on why it's happening, but when you go through practice EFA, right, you use the 16 cowrie shells to calculate and predict on an event that has not happened yet. What you are practicing is biomimicry of the design of the universe. You are taking a subset of the structural operation of the universe and going to a timeless point. The timeless point is space itself that's moving everything around you. And that timeless point can be tapped into by you if you have melanin. And you have the ability to sit in a room and say this and this and this is going and the earth even hasn't even moved to that point yet. And then when this shit happens, niggas think you're a goddamn voodoo devil. Now don't give me a goddamn Charles Darwin who can predict evolution. Who can predict, like the doggone said, that Emayal Togo will repair Nomo Anagano. Do you know right now that the biggest threat to the planet is global warming? And that global warming has nothing to do with the exhaustion of carbon into the atmosphere. It deals with the fact that the planet is speeding up and heating up. And the reason why the planet is speeding up and heating up is just like you when you get a goddamn fever, you got to get the goddamn virus out of your body. What atheist operation is charging the earth to move faster and heating it up, knowing that only the black people can live on it if it's hot.
Right. Hey.
So you doing all your little shit to stop the global warming. Turn the temperature up.
There you go. Hey, brother. Right.
Oh no! You was burned off of the earth in the doggone system. So if you can look at the doggone system and see some primitive black people predict some stuff that you never seen, and they tell you we're about to burn up. Why are you living a lifestyle that is anti-solar, anti-God, anti-proper diet, anti-all the genetic factors that make you black?
Hey!
You know why? Because any organized system of spirituality has been taught to you to be something that arrests your freedom, when in fact it's actually the liberating thing that you need.
Let's give it up for Dr. alimuhammad.
What I want to ask you first, brother, is what is your take on the horizontal gene transfer? Do you support that or you don't?
My name is Minister EnQi. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin vs. Diabetes Ministry. Every time you go to the supermarket without the electrician grocery shopping list, it's like putting a loaded gun to your head. Stop playing Russian roulette with your life. Help us make America great again. Learn how to save time. Learn how to save money with the electrician grocery shopping list on Amazon now. Go to Amazon now. The life you save may be your own.
You look great, by the way, too. You're in shape. You look great, by the way, too. You're in shape. I appreciate
Yeah, you was getting fat for a minute.
I know it's just falling off me, man. I don't know what it is. It's just falling off me. I ain't doing nothing special. I think it's them herbs he be giving my man's right here.
Herbs?
What's the
I don't
herbs?
think you pronounced the H, by the way.
Herbs?
No, you do.
No, they herbs. What's that stuff you be giving me?
Come on over here to the mic, polo sweater, man.
Tell him.
Ralph Lauren.
It's them herbs he got, man. You need to some of them herbs, man.
What is herbs?
What are you his nutritionist?
Yeah. I'm the nutritionist for the team.
Okay. We're doing the 40-day. Well, my daughter's doing it, because I don't eat it anyway. No bread, no pasta, no bread, no pasta. What else?
EnQi, I gotta say this to you. You are the face now of the health and nutrition. You are the most qualified brother to speak on health and nutrition. It is you, and you better make the best of it, brother.
My name is Minister EnQi. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin vs. Diabetes Ministry.
Oh, I know what I'm supposed to do. Yeah. Good thing I have my grocery shopping list. Don't leave home without it.
Empress in the few of the sisters was talking about health and eating 40 days of fasting, and he came up saying he wrote books on 40 days of fasting. He created one of them he created, and they
the 40-day fruit fast. Is that's the one he was talking about?
I don't know. They shot the nigga.
Your science shaky. You need to read Dr. EnQi books.
My name is Minister EnQi. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin Diabetes Ministry. Every time you go to the supermarket without the electrician grocery shopping list, it's like putting a loaded gun to your head. Stop playing Russian roulette with your life. Help us make America great again. Learn how to save time. Learn how to save money with the electrician grocery shopping list on Amazon now. Go to Amazon now. The life you save may be your own.
Transfer is when you're transferring from offspring to the reproductive child, either sexually or asexually. That's called vertical transfer. Horizontal is all of the factors that get genes inside of your body that is not sexual or asexual. So we can be walking around and we can get certain viral genes that somebody spray something in here and we can ingest it, and that thing can have impact on our genes over a long period of time or a short period of time. Our positional horizontal gene transfer and the evolution of life is this. There never was a virus, there never was anything that could be transferred that was harmful to us until we had the first earth cataclysms that caused plants, animals, and people to evolve. They became nitrogenous, and nitrogen is the basis of every virus on the planet. So horizontal gene transfer cannot be at all dangerous to us unless there's a nitrogenous-based gene that is animals and people to evolve. They became nitrogenous, and nitrogen is the basis of every virus on the planet. So every time or a short period of time. Our positional horizontal gene transfer and the evolution of life is this. There never was a virus, there never was anything that could be transferred that was harmful to us until we had the first earth cataclysms that caused plants, animals, and people to evolve. They became nitrogenous, and nitrogen is the basis of every virus on the planet. So horizontal gene transfer cannot be at all dangerous to us unless there's a nitrogenous-based gene that is going inside of our body, which says that the magnetic field of our body will be depreciated. All right.
Oh, wait. Okay. Is the mic working right? Let me see what's going on. Camera's right. Yo. Oh yeah, the mic is right. Okay, it's bugging. It's going. Yeah. It's on now, right? So. Okay, so Reezy, this is where we at with it. This is where we at with it. So I can't. Your comment is so well timed. It's damn near like I made up a fake account to be this person right here, Reezy Money, to have posted that comment, right? I feel like this is a large part of the reason why I exist in the space the way I exist in the space is because when we don't have the knowledge, the information, right? A person can present something in such a fashion to take advantage of our lack of information. And that's largely going to be the main part of our conversation today with this Dr. EnQi and alimuhammad thing, right? Because there's a lot of conversation, and I know while trying to be as respectful as possible to Ali. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get glasses. This is that's not working for me. These lights got me feeling like I just cut an onion.
You look great, by the way, too. You're in shape. You look great, by the way, too. You're in shape.
I appreciate you was getting fat for a minute.
I know it's just falling off me, man. I don't know what it is. It's just falling off me. I ain't doing nothing special. I think it's them herbs he be giving my man's right here. He be
Herbs?
herbs? What's the
I
herbs?
don't think you pronounced the H, by the way.
Herbs?
No, you do. No, that's the right way.
No, they herbs. What's that stuff you be giving me?
Come on over here to the mic, polo sweater, man.
Tell him.
Ralph Lauren.
It's them herbs he got, man. You need to get some of them herbs, man.
What is herbs?
What are you his nutritionist?
Yeah. I'm the nutritionist for the team.
Okay. We're doing the 40-day. Well, my daughter's doing it, because I don't eat it anyway. No bread, no pasta, no bread, no pasta. What else?
EnQi, I gotta say this to you. You are the face now of the health and nutrition. You are the most qualified brother to speak on health and nutrition. It is you, and you better make the best of it, brother.
My name is Minister EnQi. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin Verse Diabetes Ministry.
Oh, I know what I'm supposed to do. Yeah. Good thing I have my grocery shopping list. Don't leave home without it.
Empress and the few of the sisters was talking about health and eating, 40 days of fasting, and he came up saying he wrote books on 40 days of fasting. He created one of them he created, and they
the 40-day fruit fast. Is that's the one he was talking about?
I don't know. They shot the nigga.
Your science shaky. You need to read Dr. EnQi books.
Okay, so I was saying, I think one of my purposes is to kind of make sure that nothing passes just over by the look and people can take advantage of you. And so a large part of this conversation that we're going to have today is about the look versus, the substance of a thing. The look versus the substance. And, even though it's not possible for me to do this video without really attacking Ali, this video is not, this video wasn't designed for me to troll Ali. But because of, I think, I didn't know how this thing was going to evolve with the 10 toes down challenge and then, this person, that person. And I guess people just been in a time warp. People been in a time warp for a while. So people don't really realize when they're like, yo, you was best friends with Polite. You was down with New Covenant. They don't realize that this is 15 years ago now. They still speaking of these things as if they saw me at a movie theater with Polite last weekend. You know what I'm saying? They're like, yeah, you was best friends with Polite. No, well, not now, but before. they saying it like it's in a recent past, like, yeah, last month, yeah, for your birthday, EnQi, I seen you, you know, you was running. So, you know, me having to respond to some of those things and just some of those conversations, and then, you know, this whole thing with the 40-day fruit fast, and me honestly not being able to discuss the fast without discussing, you know, me and Ali, and, you know, regardless to how it wound up, you know what I'm saying? Like, the tour that we did is still legendary, because neither before nor after has there been anything like that. You know, like, people tried to copy it, but, you know, that was like a rap tour. That was like a rap tour, but it was just teaching. Like, that was the first time, like, going from Delbert Blair and Phil Valentine and those old guys, like, going from the senior citizen vibe. That was the first time people had seen anything on the road like that. You know what I'm saying? And we was going everywhere, bop, pulling up city to city, going crazy, talking reckless. So the energy was just, you know, wherever I go, it's gonna be a little bit of Bronx energy, but it was heavy Bronx energy, you know. And then some of the places that we were going was like, you know, I mean, there's stories that you can ask people. They tell you about shootouts that was happening during, you know, like right outside the lecture, you know, people running into the lecture with guns, trying to, you know, all kinds of crazy stuff that you could just never imagine has happened to me in the line of teaching, you know, like just trying to teach the people. But so it you know, it can get crazy with the storytelling, but Ali is definitely a part of the story of the 40-day fast. You know what I'm saying? So people felt like weird that I left him out. I didn't really leave him out. I just didn't, you know, I didn't really want to write nothing about Ali that he would feel, you know, because at the end of the day, the only real involvement that he had with the fast is that he just happens to be there. He just so happened to be there. You know what I'm saying? Like, while we was on tour, doing that tour, we met Brother Diallo. When we met Brother Diallo, like, we go to a restaurant. Super long story short, Kenneth, we go to a restaurant. We go to the restaurant. Let me rewind back just a pinch. We on the road. We on the Greyhound. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is like super Chitlin Circuit style. You know what I'm saying? You know, gas station almonds and all that for dinner. You know, like gas station almonds with a bottle of water for dinner type of vibe. You know, so when we get to Chicago, and we doing 3 days in Chicago, you know what I'm saying? But we don't really know the layout of Chicago. This is my first time teaching in Chicago like this. So, but I know that you can't wander around in Chicago. You know what I'm saying? So it'd be a good idea if we had a Chicago contact. So anyway, we don't, you know, but we doing our thing. We're gonna thug it, right? So yeah. We gotta hit the thumbs. We got to hit the thumbs. Yeah, listen, we need to make this a national holiday. The day that alimuhammad ran from Dr. EnQi, got booed off the stage and ran from Dr. EnQi. We're going to get to that. Don't think we playing with the title. We dead ass serious with the title, right? But it goes back to this whole this double relationship, this weird relationship dynamic, right? So me and Ali is on tour. We don't know Diallo. We meet Diallo in Chicago. We get to Chicago, me and Diallo, we vibing on the food, boo, boo, boo. So we get to the restaurant. Ali is not really a part of our convo as much. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got friends. You know how it goes sometimes. Sometimes everybody's in the convo. Sometimes it's a more centralized convo. You know, you might throw a comment in here or there, but the convo was basically me and Diallo because I just met this nigga and already he's threatening to expose me. He threatened to expose me to the people for eating like a savage, you know, and that's why I had to give you a little backstory so you understand part of me eating like a savage, you know, because I had like 2-3 double cheeseburgers, maybe 2-3 bowls of lasagna, ice creams, pies, cakes, and then I was still waiting to see if Diallo or Ali wasn't going to finish their food so I could, you know, like I was going crazy in there. And he was like, nah, that ain't healthy, bro. I can't follow you if you eat like that behind the scenes and you teaching people to eat healthy on the stage. Like, nah, that's crazy. You just had like literally 5,000-6,000 calories. Like, I just watched you eat like 5,000-6,000 calories. That was crazy. It's not possible, vegan or not, for that to be healthy. So he was like, yo, I'm calling you out. I'm about to start calling you out if you don't, you know, like commit to something. Like you got to do a fast or something. Like, so that's the argument me and Diallo have that turns into the 40-day fast. So since the fast is about me cutting down my calories and my portions and finding a better way to eat, even though it's vegan, I designed the fast, right? So now because it's me and Ali on tour, when me and Diallo have this back and forth and we come up with this idea to have the fast, he feels some sort of way because he's not really fully included in the new development type of vibe. You know what I'm saying? So he's feeling like third wheel type vibe. So now, so I got to give you all that backstory. And we kind of went through that yesterday. So kind of the reason why we're having this video is because of the video we did yesterday. Or was it the day before yesterday? Right? People was hitting me up, asking me all these questions because a lot of people was, you know, back in that time, they remember to some degree those days, those years, you know what I'm saying? And so they was hitting me up with a lot of questions about, you know, Ali this and that and the other. So I designed it and he did have some input towards the layout of how the fast was going to go. You know what I'm saying? He came with a whole nice little blueprint, you know, organized like college, you know, very well organized. He had a whole nice little design. But the problem was inside of his contributions to the fast was centered around the central idea that melanin was a fungus. That melanin was a fungus, and that melanin is a fungus because it grows from tyrosine, and tyrosine itself is a virus or a fungus. He never really clearly decided whether he was saying that tyrosine was a fungus or a virus, right? But he was saying that because sometimes when he explains it, he would say that tyrosine is fungal, and because tyrosine is fungal, melanin is a fungus. And then sometimes he would say, you know, tyrosine is a virus, and so that's why melanin is a fungus. But either way, I never believed or agreed with the idea that melanin in any shape, form, or fashion was a fungus, a virus, or any of the above. In fact, I was like, bro, where did you learn that at? Because that is the most ridiculous hogwash. Like, that's the most Like, please do not say that nowhere with me while we on stage. So we was having small arguments and debates the whole time behind the scenes of the tour, because he kept coming up with these wild ideas. And I'm like, yo, you can't say those type of things next to me. It's cool to create deductions based on your research that might be ahead of the curve, or you trying to figure something out or work some things through. But it's not cool to say things that John Q. Public will think is okay, right? Right? John Q. Public will think those things are okay. But for the people that know better, immediately, soon as they hear it, they know you have no idea what you're talking about. Not that you're incorrect or you're off a little bit, or you just, that you don't even know what you're talking about, that you're unqualified. Like, if you say that an amino acid, tyrosine, is itself a fungus, therefore anything made with tyrosine in it is fungal, you have no idea what you're talking about. You don't know what a fungus is or an amino acid is. But what you're going to do is take advantage of all of the people that don't know that that's like how they say back in the days. This is a prime example of what they would say back in the days in the story of my life, right? In the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king, right? And so that's like the most popular part of it. But the whole thing is they continue to say, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king, and the two-eyed man, you know, he gets crucified. The king kills him because the two-eyed man is the only threat to the king's power, right? And the king's power is that he can see halfway. And with his ability to see halfway, he makes sure that he keeps the masses blind. So as long as the masses is blind, his little tiny bit of vision keep him in the king spot. Right up until somebody come with two good eyes and start teaching the people, and then it get crazy, right? Just that's how the analogy. So that's what this is. When you say an amino acid, tyrosine, is a fungus, it's a bacteria, it's a virus, immediately we know, okay, this person has to go back to the books again. That's not a thing. That's not. The premise is not even faulty. The premise is out of this world. The premise is out of this world, and everything you build on top of it is gobbledygook. It's gobbledygook, right? So I was like, yo, you can't do that on stage with me. We're going city to city to city. Like, people starting to believe that we are, we in tandem. You know what I'm saying? And I was cool with that because I never really had an ego. Whatever makes it easiest for people to absorb the information, I'm cool with that. And I never really wanted to be the leader, you know, like out in the front. I always prefer to be like the teacher, have my young student, let my student get the shine, like as if they coming up with everything out in the front. You know what I'm saying? So that's how you see me in the back of Polite. Polite, you go on ahead and, you know, shine. KT, shine, you know. So with me and Ali, his ego wouldn't allow him to play second fiddle in any kind of way. Plus, I was a member in his organization. So with that, he created the perception to people that I'm a student in his class. Therefore, anything I'm saying I got from him, but everything we was teaching was fundamentally different. So it was like nothing I was teaching I got from Ali, because we have fundamental issues. Like, you think that melanin, which is literally the center of my passion to even research, discover, experiment, to even play in the world of science in any form or capacity, has to do with melanin. That's where my curiosity really sparked and blossomed around, right? So once you attack melanin and say it's a fungus, this is this, Well, scientifically, we oil and water, we don't mix. But we out here, we teaching the people. And at the end of the day, your idea that melanin is fungus and my idea that health is centered around melanin, somehow both got us to say that, you know, let's get off the cigarettes, the soda, the meat, the dairy, the rice, like we agree on that. And with that, anybody who wishes to join and take part in that will benefit. So because of that, and because of the excitement around he and I together with the energy we had, it was, for me, I felt like it was in the best interest of the people for us to continue to rock and roll, and just try to be as manly or as mature about our differences behind the scenes as possible. You know what I'm saying? Just keep it behind the scenes and just keep everybody focused on the main thing. Like, regardless to how I come to my conclusion and his conclusion, very similar. The foods and the things that we're eating, the lifestyle is not good. A turn back towards nature can benefit everybody. Right now, the hows, the wheres, the what's, the whys, everything else totally different, right? Because of this one fundamental difference, this whole idea about melanin, right? And the crazy thing about this day is he tried to act like this day didn't happen. And I realized years later in hindsight that this was the day that he like redesigned his personality to like mimic me. You know what I'm saying? And so he goes from hating Dr. Sebi and saying that melanin is fake at the same time, or melanin is fungus and all this, whatever. Because he got this idea about, the cavemen and, the monkeys. People was running around and then a volcano exploded, and the volcano explosion caused the people to turn into monkeys. And so life is about people trying to turn from monkeys back into people again, and all this just crazy stuff that, like, I was just like, oh my God, bro, you gotta. So he's saying this philosophy where, there was no amino acids. There was only carbon. And, Black people originally had black skin, but the black skin was just made out of pure carbon. There was no such thing as melanin, because, melanin is fungus and virus and all this crazy stuff, But anyway, after the whole audience booed him, right? Because this is on 125th Street. This is when y'all hear these stories about the National Black Theater and all that. This is at the National Black Theater, a packed house. When I say a packed house, I'm talking about standing room only. It's like 300-400 people in here, packed, standing room only. People was out in the hallway by the elevator and all that, trying to record and all that. Like, it's packed, and everybody is booing him off the stage. They booing him off the stage. I know that probably hurt. At the time, I didn't think of it that way. But years later, this is 15 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So years have passed. I have time to think back. Like, it probably hurt him. You know what I'm saying? That to get that type of reaction from everybody, it probably hurt. And so from there, you have him disappear. He basically forfeited our debate. Never showed up, disappeared, and then turned around and all of a sudden started writing books that was pro-melanin. You know what I'm saying? But every time I would question him from time to time, if he had changed his stance, he would double down. And I was like, bro, you owe these people an apology, man. You've been teaching this crazy stuff all this long. Why don't you at least correct yourself so that the people that do follow you, correct myself. I'm not. I'm not. That was actual. This is crazy. And so you know, things like that inspire me to continue to teach and try to get the literacy rate up, because really it's fundamental elementary school science. The moment that you say an individual amino acid is a fungus or a virus, a single individual amino acid, and so anything that's made out of that, bro, I'm telling you, it was crazy. So I guess the conversation yesterday, you know, is what really led to so much people, I guess, hitting me up, trying to figure out, you know, what's up with Ali and the fast, or, you know, why you didn't, you know, because that's kind of when we really divided up. Because as the tour came to an end and the fast became more of the conversation that everybody was talking about, he wanted to be more and more included. But think about it. It's a 40-day fruit fast. Now, we don't stick strictly to fruit, right? But it's of all plant-based, you know, nuts, seeds, grain. It's just natural fruit of the earth. That's what the whole idea was, returning to the fruit of the earth. Stuff that was unprocessed, natural foods. How, Sway, do you make an idea to return to a plant-based diet and tell people that they need to get rid of all the pigment? So yeah, yo, Ink, let me just add this part in. We got to let them know that they got to remove all of the color from their food, because that's where the anti-nutrients are. If you niggas ever seen Omen, where the head goes around and spins around and comes, that's what I did. When he said we got to tell the people they got to remove the pigment from the food, I said, wait, even the fruit, like apples need to have the skin removed? Grapes, nigga? I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, nah. This is it. I could deal with the personal stuff behind the scenes. I could deal with the crazy ideas. I can't do no more. I can't do no more. I can't. You telling people, you're already cooking up these ideas. It's almost like what's that dude name from the Dave Chappelle, the black guy that was the KKK. That was Ali. I'm like, yo, first of all, you saying melanin is a fungus. You're trying to scientifically inundate people with the idea very subtly that melanin is somehow fungus and a result of a compromised monkey, you know, cataclysm volcano thing. That's what he's trying to subtly convince people of. And so he's now moving from this in your anatomy to now saying that the pigments, so something's wrong with the pigments in your body, and then something's also wrong with the pigments in the food. The pigments are all the anti-nutrients, or at least all the anti-nutrients are attached to the pigments. And the only way to get your food to be safe and healthy for your family and your children is to remove all the pigments. I'm like, how you? And I'm looking at Ali. I'm like, yo, you as dark as me. Like, I'm like, what you was with the Nation of Islam. How you was with Elijah? The melanin is what again? Yo, so if he telling people he's my teacher, I'm like, bro, how, Sway? How you what? No, I'll slap, boy. Listen. I said, man, you know what? Let me just finally, you know, go through this, deal with this information. You know what I'm saying? Because now it's 15 years later. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, it's a good time to make it like a, you know, just show the people, because we have a digital footprint. And I'm going to tell you, let me tell you something. We're going to go back to this video where Ali gets booed and chased off the stage, right? But I'm gonna tell you something. There's a reason why Dr. EnQi is Dr. EnQi. Before we got to the point where we on this stage right here, and we're gonna go back to the stage, and you're gonna see what happens on the stage, right? Where he gets booed and leaves off the stage. But not before he accepted the challenge, but things had already been happening for maybe a year or so. So I want to say this is 2014, but we had been going through this for a while, for a few years leading up to this point. You know, videos back and forth on the internet, you know, internet, YouTube beefing, we have been doing that for a while. And it's just at this conference, right? At the conference, everybody was there together. So primarily, it's kind of like music. Rappers can beef because when they go do a show, they book show, unless it's a big tour type of thing, they do shows by themselves. So it's just them showing up at the club. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's kind of how lectures were. If it's a Phil Valentine lecture, it's Phil Valentine. If it's a Dr. EnQi lecture, it's Dr. EnQi, unless I bring somebody with me, but that's it. At the Evolution conference, it was a conference. Everybody's there. You got maybe 10 presenters, so it's a bunch of people there. And so you can't really hide. You can't talk crazy on the internet because now everybody in the building is like, okay, so now, them rings and things you sing about, bring them out. Them rings and things you sing about, bring them out. And so in us going back and forth, he pulled a fast one on everyone. Right? He pulled a fast one on everyone. And this is what he was scared of. And the fear is what generated this moment. Right? So we're going to go through all the receipts and everything. I'm just trying to give y'all the story as much as possible. But remember when I said sometimes people could take advantage of you by knowing that even though they don't really know, they know you know less than they know. So they can package information in a way that it looks correct. Going back to our early question, remember? I'm still on this question. So people can package things in a way that it looks a certain way, but it's not, right? So now, if y'all think I'm wild now, right? Just know that this version of myself, and I'm still finding myself, working on me, figuring some things out, how my daughter, this what Aubrey do. I'm still working on me, But what I'm saying is, I was wilder. I was rougher around the edges, 10 years ago, even worse, 20 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes, to be fair, I try to assess things by stepping outside my body and look as if I'm a neutral, non-biased, which is almost impossible, but I try my best, right? And you got this guy yelling, I got braids, dreads, gold teeth, I'm foaming at the mouth, when I get passionate or I start, getting crazy, I get, spit bubbles. And so I'm looking like a rabid dog arguing about Dr. Sebi and, taking the pigment off of fruit. And it's crazy because if you would have took any of those videos and put it on mute, and you would have thought I was arguing about some street gang, Kilo, Draco, like something like that. But then when you press unmute, you hear we arguing about fruits and vegetables and stem cells. So even at our most derelict, we were still elevating the consciousness of the people because nobody had ever seen that type of hip hop energy, positive or negative, be centered around, Black genetics. So even at our worst, it was still kind of positive because we was generating all kinds of attention into the. But anyway, alimuhammad used the fact that he went to college and he wrote a paper. Listen, people. He wrote a paper being cocky, being arrogant, trying to maintain the false narrative that he taught me as opposed to me teaching him behind the scenes. For all of these different reasons, he wrote this paper and he presented this paper to the people at the time as, demonstrating that, Dr. EnQi didn't know what he was talking about. And, he's, alimuhammad, and, he wrote out a paper, and the paper looked really good. He made up his own registration of the paper. He made up. Now, it wasn't until years later that I didn't understand that he kind of made like this. Some of this is just crazy, but it adds a certain look and a mystique to it, though. I'm not going to lie. But he made up his own medical association. Like, you got the American Medical Association. He made up his, the Aboriginal Medical Association, aka the Ali Medical Association. So when he put that on this paper and all that, and the way he designed, it looked good. I ain't gonna lie, I can't hold you. It looked good. So when I stand outside myself as a third party and I look at this guy who looks like a rabid Rottweiler pit bull barking with the saliva flying off with the gold teeth, and then I look at this guy over here, this nigga got on a military jacket, he's got his paper is written and he printed it in a little clear plastic folder. I mean, the argument is already over technically in your mind before you even hear the arguments, right? Especially if now you get more information and it goes, yeah, the rabid Rottweiler looking one, yeah, he didn't go to college. This one here with the, the corporate looking guy, yeah, he went to college. Oh, the one with the paper written out on his subject matter? Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, okay. So now the inner circle saw through the game immediately because we all read the paper. So we knew what was in the paper. We knew the paper was totally like, it was the same moment Dr. York had. Let me explain to y'all this. If y'all new to y'all don't know none of this stuff, y'all, these are the type of videos you got to share. This is classic history. You won't understand if you gain consciousness on YouTube, right? You have to be at these places, or, you got to know, but there's different Dr. Yorks. There's different Dr. Yorks. Now, that might sound crazy if you don't know and you're like, hold up, what do you mean there's different Dr. Yorks? Only people that was around back then can understand what I mean. But Dr. York would present himself as one person, and he would be like that for a while, and then he would totally flip to something else. So he started out with, analyzing Christian ideology, and then it went to, a Muslim thing, then he went to a Hebrew Israelite thing, then he went to a, he kept going through different phases. Now, there's a point where he gets to the maximum of his popularity with the information in the books when he's teaching right knowledge, right? And that's when everybody is kind of following Dr. York. Nobody has heard about no weird charges or allegations, or there's nothing crazy in the books yet. There's no sign of anything, but this guy is like a new version of Elijah Muhammad. Like, it just similar to that pocket. Like, that's where everybody repositions him at. Dr. York released a book called The Man from Planet Risk. When he released that book, he got massively popular. More people started following him, but that was the moment that all the real people that was following the science was like, okay, this is where we have to draw the line in the sand. We can't go no further. Now, when you following somebody, you don't follow everything they say, but most of it is good and you learning some stuff. So you keep consuming. When that Man from the Planet Risk shit hit, everybody had to take self-analysis. Like, all right. So my point is, that moment Dr. York had when he dropped Man from Planet Risk, and niggas realized that he might have, that was the first solid red flag. This nigga might have been nuts. When Ali dropped that paper, those of us that was smart, that read the paper immediately, like, because it was confusion with me and Ali. Like I said, for a couple of years, going back and forth up until then, because we going back and forth on the internet, and the people at large, they don't really know the anatomy and mitochondria. They don't really know the science to that degree to really know who's right or wrong. They just going by presentation and personality. And so I can admit, looking back, like his presentation was 10,000 times % better than mine's. Just facts. But it could have been 1,000,000 times better. It doesn't make it correct. And my arrogance, you know, my ego, that padded my ego. The fact that it was so blatantly incorrect padded my ego. Like I didn't have to try to represent what I was saying in a different way. I'm just like, nah, I don't care what you do with that. You could pass out free sea mosses or free steaks or free diamond bracelets with that shit, nigga. It's still, that's gobbledygook. Nobody nowhere in academia or the subcultures of the conscious, nobody nowhere, no scholars are going to accept that. That's gobbledygook. But I didn't take into account because I always believe in you. See, I always bet that you are also a genius. I lost that bet mad times. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I lost. That was one of those moments. That was one of those moments that I lost that bet. So, at that point, the jig was up. No more tour. No more like even illusion that we're doing the fast together. Like just everything just had to be split up and go. You know. But what I'm saying is, fast forward. The Evolution Conference comes around. Now, here's the craziest thing of all time. The craziest thing of all time is there's so many stories. And I put a couple of stories in the book, but I could probably write just a book of old stories. Like just crazy stuff. But I started the Evolution Conference. Literally me, right? Me arguing with the Amin Ra squad and Ngozi back and forth about evolution. We start the conversation. Somehow, this nigga Sa puts together the Evolution Conference without me on the bill. So I don't have a slot to lecture in, right? So Polite had owed me some money. So I pressed Polite for my money, you know, and he was like, you know, he was just like, he was saying he'd get it, but after a while, he just was like, yo, bro, I can't do it right now. We gotta wait till after the lecture. I was like, nah, I can't wait till after the lecture. So I tell you what, hit up Sa Netta and tell Sa that you're gonna give me half of your time at the lecture. And he was like, what? I could hear Amanette in the background. Yo, I could hear Amanette in the background like, hell no. Like, yo, EnQi, you trying to debo? Like, I was like, bro, listen, this, you know, listen, you got to work out one way or another. You got to come up with that bread, or you got to talk to Sal. Give me a, you know, I'm gonna need a slot up in there. Plus, everybody in there is talking about my research because nobody knew about no horizontal gene transfer until I started teaching that in the community. Once I started teaching people horizontal gene transfer and how we got to stop this idea of germs, or at least we have to resolve, germination, you know, genesis from germs, and the idea of creepy crawlies and really good understanding of RNA, DNA, virus, RNA viruses, DNA viruses, et cetera, because you can't even really have a conversation about your immune system, at least you can't really go deep, because the first stop, if we're talking about infections or viruses, is the difference between RNA and DNA virus. A DNA virus is easy to put together a herbal program, vaccine, medicine, because a DNA virus replicates the same way every single time. So because it does everything the same every single time, it's very easy to figure out a defense mechanism for it. RNA virus is totally different. RNA virus replicates differently every single time. So an RNA virus is really like you being infected by like thousands or maybe millions of viruses at once. Really, to be honest, it's like you being infected by a herd or a swarm of viruses. Yeah, swarm of bees would be more like, yeah. So think of a swarm of bees with RNA viruses, because every time an RNA virus replicates, it's a whole bunch of different, you know, like the base program of that genetic material is the same. That's why you can classify them as a family of viruses. But RNA viruses, you don't know what jack is going to jump out the box. So it's much more difficult to fight an RNA virus. And if you're putting together as a professional program to fight any type of infections, virus-wise, that's where you got to start. So that's why, like shit like that, bang, bang. Don DeMarco, no, my bad. But reasons like that are reasons why I could just sit back and listen and see that people are BS and then call them on it. But then I'm realizing now, as I'm trying to get more mature, working on me, right? I'm working on me. I'm working on me. Maybe that might not have been the best way to communicate all the time. I got faults, you know, I have faults. So, but I'm gonna go back to the video. I know I'm talking y'all head off, right? But all this is old school, you know, this is history. But I definitely had to press polite to make polite press sonetta. First time ever. It's never been done before at a lecture and never been done after. Somebody split somebody's time for a lecture. But if you go back and you watch the Evolution conference, when I'm in the middle of doing my lecture, they turned the music on and rushed me off the stage, and the whole crowd got angry because they wanted me to keep finishing. And they was like, no, we don't have enough time. The reason was because I was splitting somebody else's time already. I didn't even have a slot. So I'm saying that to say, without even having a time slot, I turned the whole conference upside down, because everybody that spoke besides me was either responding to me or backing up what I was saying about horizontal gene transfer. So horizontal gene transfer wound up being the entire conversation of the Evolution conference, because I've been telling anybody that would listen that is the actual true history of our development over the years, is more tied to horizontal gene transfer than anything we could learn from Charles Darwin and Associates. Charles Darwin and Associates. And to close, when Ali wrote that paper, right? He thought he thought he did something with that paper. When I tell you he was so proud of that paper, he posted on Facebook everywhere. You know, he was so proud of the way he sent that to cop. Listen, I know the response he got. because he pulled that shit down quick. That paper vanished. And every time he got out of pocket, I will remind him, like, bro, stop playing games for these people on the internet. I still got that paper. Don't make me read that paper. Don't make me go into the files of history and show these people who's who. Now, if you want to get nostalgic and go into the history and reminisce, that's cool. But if you try to make it seem like you could take credit for anything that I did or something like that, then I got to go back in the file and say, I am the founder of the melanin versus diabetes movement. Melanin versus diabetes movement, ministry, study, research, that cannot spring forth from a mindset of an individual who believes that melanin is somehow related to fungus. That the evidence of Black people being sick is literally the melanin. That shit sounded so KKK to me. That shit sounded like some shit out of the Mormons' Bible or Scientology somewhere. I was like, wait, what are you saying? You know, that sounds like a scientific Mormon. I was like, where did you? I'm like, where are you getting it at? At a certain point, I had to start really wondering, was Ali getting high on some other? Like, I didn't know what. I'm like, what are you reading? Like, what else? What are you doing over here? Like, I just didn't know what he was doing. I started hanging out around his house a little bit more. I even told my man Prince and my man Sheen. I was like, yo, we can't leave Ali down here like this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I even start feeling the Philly energy a little bit, like, because we all uptown or maybe crosstown. I don't even know the dynamics of how the compass go, but I'm gonna say uptown because that's what feels right to me. But Black and Nobel's on Broad and Erie, and that's the centerpiece of consciousness and Blackness in Philly. Period. At the time, anyway. Now, shit happens. You know what I'm saying? But at the time, that's what it was. That's a physical spot. Everything is there. Your clothes. They had your food, your clothes, everything you was looking for to participate in the culture. Even Israelite, holistic, Islamic, anything that makes, any kind of Black pride, whatever, was up in there, right? And so Ali was way far away from that in Philly. Ali wasn't close over there. He wasn't with us every day, like how we was in the street in Philly every day and all that. That's why he wasn't in none of the vegan mafia videos, because he wasn't in the vegan mafia, right? He was way downtown. And I just started feeling like we had to stay down. Like, we need to be around more often. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, yo, I don't see him with nobody. I don't see him with no old friends, like from his neighborhood when I'm around. Like, I don't hear him talk to no old homeboys from the block or like just little red flags. I'm like, yo, this nigga might need a buddy. Like, yo, we might need to just hang around. Because these ideas are getting crazier and crazier. These ideas are getting crazier and crazier. Like, melanin, literally, our Blackness is evidence of our sickness. Because this volcano exploded and the monkeys and I'm like, yikes. I'm like, yo, I'm like, yo, I was, and then there's a part where I get conflicted because there is a time period where I thought Ali was mad sharp, mad intelligent. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't mind that he was, a head of an organization that I'm joining, you know what I'm saying? Because there's leadership, not just title, but even in, so I'm like, that whole scenario, it just was like, this is crazy, bro. I just got crazy. It got crazier and crazier. I couldn't stand next to it after a while. It just got so crazy. You know what I'm saying? So him knowing that I had that paper is what allowed him to talk crazy on the internet to try to save face. But that's the reason why he always ran. So if anybody, like some of y'all knew, so y'all don't know. But the people that have been around for years, and y'all know me and Ali always get, like, every 3 or 4 years, Sarnetta try to get me and Ali to do a debate. And it'll always wind up F you, I'll punch you in the face, and no debate happens. The reason being is because that's the only acceptable out that Ali has created for himself, where he could still maintain some level of dignity and bravado, you know, around his persona. Otherwise, he would have to just tuck his tail honestly, right? And the reason is because he knows, or at least he suspected, that I had this paper. I think that he thought that I was bluffing after maybe the first 5 or 10 years of threatening to pull it out. You know, they always say, don't pull out a gun if you're not going to use it type of vibe, or don't say, you know, I'm going to come back and do this to you because somebody might do something to you before you leave. I think after 5 or 10 years, he probably thought that EnQi just making up. You know, he doesn't still have that. EnQi doesn't still have that paper, right? I mean, hopefully nobody does. Yeah, no. Everybody got that damn paper. Listen, I could have been a demon. I could have been a demon and put that paper in the book, and then everybody would have had that paper. I did not. You know, I honestly forgot all about it until yesterday or the day before when I was doing a live stream and people was responding. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, damn, I don't think I ever got to explain what the big, because this could have been some old documentary shit. I might pull this down and edit it up a little bit and put it back up. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But because of the way debates are set up and debates run in our space, right? I think that's the reason why I never went through that, you know, pulled the paperwork party on Ali. Because there was always the idea that a debate might happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh yeah, that he might stop running. No, he would never stop running because he knew, or at least he thought initially, that, you know, EnQi got the goods on me, bro. I could talk crazy to everybody, but I can't even play with EnQi because I know he got that Achilles heel. You know what I'm saying? Because the thing was, when you're alone, like shadow boxing, it's easy to believe that you could beat Floyd Mayweather when you shadow boxing in the mirror or you shadow boxing in your room by yourself. When you get in the ring in front of Floyd, it's different, you know. So I believe when he wrote that paper, he thought that was the end all be all. And it was, but not in the way that he think. It almost was the end all be all of Ali. In fact, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to go a step further. I think I caused this moment. Hold on, let me show you this. Because I think I'm the reason this happened. Hold on, let me show you something. Because he definitely tried to take advantage of the fact that y'all ain't know no better. Put that bogus paper out. Peace and blessings out there to everybody. My name is Dr. EnQi, the founder of the Melanin versus Diabetes movement and ministry. Our goal is to fight diabetes by creating a biochemically literate society, one book at a time, one person at a time, one household at a time. Join us now by going to Amazon.com and getting all of the books, getting all of the books that you can afford, even if you can't read them all. Share them with family, share them with loved ones. Let's begin the study. And if you need tutoring sessions are available at AmericanHealer.website. I can give you one-on-one tutoring through these books. Let's build a biochemically literate society, one person at a time. Thanks in advance. Okay, let me show you. Because I think it was this embarrassment. I think I gave Ali his biggest embarrassment he ever had in his life. I think he honestly probably had nightmares and everything about it. Let me say this. For what it's worth, I would probably have approached a lot of things I did back then differently if I knew then what I knew now. But, you know, everything is already what it is. So at this point, you know, it's nothing I could really do. It's not like I could apologize for hurting his feelings too bad or whatever. You know, it's just like the only thing we could do now is just continue to troll him. I'm just kidding. This was all edutainment, okay? Y'all have to relax. But I think seriously though, I think that let me show you. Where is this thing? Oh, here you go. Okay. Let's go over here. Wait, how you do it? There you go. Okay. Now, I think, here we go. Bang. So I think what happened was he was so embarrassed. He was so embarrassed by what happened to him on stage because he went quiet after this moment that I'm getting ready to show y'all where he got booed off the stage. He went quiet for a little while. He kind of like went underground a little bit. Like he wasn't online and he got quiet for a minute. You know what I'm saying? People was wondering where Ali was at for a little while. He got quiet. He stuck to his little ISIS meetings and whatever he was doing in his universe. But he was quiet after this. And then next time we see him on Sonetta Page, you know, trying to, you know, come back out and make some noise for himself is when he came back out with this. The fake degree, you know, the Kinko degree, where he made his own degree, you know, to try to, because people, after he got booed and all that so bad at the event, and then he never showed up to the debate, you know, he forfeited, he ran, he ducked the smoke. All call outs is mandatory. He didn't accept the call out at the largest call out of ever in consciousness, middle of a packed debate on stage, a packed conference, 500 people in attendance, call you out on stage, you accept it, and then you don't show up. So you got booed, then you fronted, then you ran. Like, it was a bad series of events. So his intellectual integrity was challenged at the time. So I think he felt the pressure to try to establish some sort of respect for his intelligence and his research so bad that he went and created this fake degree and printed it out and you know, tried to, you know, impress people with this. And then people realized that, you know, this wasn't real, you know, because of the simple misspellings, you know, before you get to the fact that, you know, Abdul Ali would not be on his degree. It would be something else. You know what I'm saying? Which I will not share because this is not a personal attack video. So I will not be making personal attacks during this video, just slight trolling jokes in reaction to the moment 15-year anniversary, right? But I think, like I'm saying, this moment was caused, seriously, that moment was caused. So y'all are getting a lot of the history that people probably don't even know about, right? Yo, hate it or love it, Sai's a troublemaker, right? But listen, so here's the thing. We love Sarnetta when him making trouble and taking certain risk and crossing certain lines when it makes us laugh, when it makes us smarter, when it gives us good edutainment. We love it. Whenever it goes wrong, we try to throw that nigga on the grill and crucify him for it. But the thing you hate him for is the thing you love him for, is taking those risks and putting people with similar but conflicting ideas together. You know what I'm saying? Because Sa knew what he was doing at this moment. So you're going to hear Ali start whining and complaining. He going to be like, yo, nobody else up here got critiqued except me. How come y'all doing this to me? How come y'all jumping on me? How come y'all nobody else, everybody else just presented their information and nobody got a critique? How come y'all letting him do this to me? Because that is kind of what happened in hindsight. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody did their presentation, but at the end of his presentation, Sarnetta shout out to Sarnetta. Listen, shout out to Sarnetta. But for y'all wondering how the Adjustment Bureau was moving, this is Adjustment Bureau 101 right here. You know what I'm saying? Because you're gonna see me with my little New Covenant hat and all that, my shirt. You know, you're gonna see the whole layout, and it's just classic Sarnetta moment. You know what I'm saying? Of playing it like he neutral, but he wasn't neutral this day.
Yo, Minister EnQi, come on over here. The depreciation that is dangerous to us unless there's a nitrogenous-based gene that is ensuing inside of our body, which says that the magnetic field of our body will be depreciated. All right. Yo, Minister EnQi.
Yo, hold up. Did you hear what he just said? If there's a nitrogenous-based gene in our body, the magnetic field will depreciate. Hey, listen, this is what I'm saying. If you don't know enough, you got to go to Amazon right now and get these books, because people, listen, if you don't know enough to instantly know that was total gobbledygook, like if there's a nitrogenous base in the, I'm gonna rewind it so you can hear this pure, like, bro, I was so disappointed in the people. I ain't gonna lie, because y'all was allowing this to, like, listen to this. And you just watched the video.
Nitrogenous-based gene are dangerous to us unless there's a nitrogenous-based gene that is installed. So horizontal gene transfer cannot be at all dangerous to us unless there's a nitrogenous-based gene that is ensuing inside of our body, which says that the magnetic field of our body will be depreciated. All right. Yo, Minister EnQi, come on over here. I don't know what it's about. Minister EnQi, you call me, what's my name? You call me when the first get up here, Mr. What? No, say it again. I'm giving you a consciousness. Oh, he says, no, he's we got Minister EnQi in the building, and when EnQi first got up here, EnQi opened up. And when EnQi opened up, I told him, don't take no shots at nobody. Am I right, man? All right, he didn't take no shots. I stopped him in his tracks. He took a little one, that's when I stopped him. But he was already gone. I said, damn, it's too late to pull that shit back. It's love. It's all love. Intellectual strong. So, do you have any disagreements with what the brother was saying?
Oh, I have quite a few. I can pull up that paper that he wrote and show you how he's manipulating the difference between tyramine and tyrosine.
Did you hear that right there? Just so you know that there's no caps over here. There's no capping going on over here. Just so y'all understand at home, There's no capping, because I know there's going to be fans of Ali's that's going to be like, well, EnQi, Ali said facts, receipts. It's not personal. This is not Ali proving that I joined his organization. And nah, this is the science now. Right? This is the science now. So this, now you see, this is 15 years ago. EnQi, can you show us that this is 15 years ago? Oh, excuse me, 9 years ago. We still talking about a decade. We still talking about a decade. So there's no confusion. Anybody can go pull this whole video up. Anybody can go pull this whole video up and see exactly when, who, what, where, when, and why. Boop. Okay. Hold on, man. Because we're going to do something else. We're going to add in. We got to add in the... I got to add in the IG family. Let me see if this thing is going to act right. Let me see if it's going to act right, and let me add in the IG family. We good? Yep. Okay, we good. Join us on... All right, so we live over there. All right, so...
See, Tyra wrote and showed you how he's manipulating the difference between tyramine and what the brother was saying. So, do you have any disagreements in what the brother was saying?
Oh, I have quite a few.
I can pull up that paper that he wrote and show you how he's manipulating the difference between tyramine and tyrosine. See, tyramine is a fermented form of tyrosine. So he wants to supplant that now to put a band-aid on the fact that he tells you tyrosine, the precursor to melanin, is a fungus.
It's not a fungus, but it is toxic to the body if we are walking with it in our body now. Yes, it's toxic.
So, when you hear that, I need you to, even if you're not so scientifically inclined, understand that the daughter to melanin is a fungus. The mom to melanin is a fungus. The mom to melanin is a fungus. The mom
not a fungus.
Now to put a band-aid on the fact that he tells you tyrosine, the precursor to melanin, is a fungus.
It's not a fungus, but it is toxic to the body if we are walking with it in our body now. Yes, it's toxic.
So, when you hear that, I need you to, even if you're not so scientifically inclined, understand that the daughter or the son is of the parent. So when he tells you that tyrosine is toxic to the body, however, that's what creates melanocytes, melanin, right, which separates us from the rest, and then he gives you a presentation on God being black, and you stand up and clap, you have to ask yourself, also, asked him when he went into this Lake Togo. In fact, we can all pull out our smartphones and Google. There was no damage for the Lake Togo thing outside of a 5 to 10 mile radius. You can pull up Lake Togo debunked. Time Magazine, National Geographic have all done studies because they found the fossils from the area when people were still working at that time. Yeah. Then you have to show precedence. We've had plenty of volcanic explosions. No, you can't. You had at the time. You had plenty of volcanic explosions.
Now, nobody who presented got cross-critiqued after that presentation. We set up Monday. We show you the conspiracy against alimuhammad. We set up Monday tomorrow to have an open door.
Yo, now you want to see some shit? Let me show y'all something. Look at this right here. Look at this face right here. Look at this. Do you see that right there? This man right here was Sarnetta's right-hand man. He is in utter disbelief. He cannot believe what's happening right now. Do you see this man's face? This is Brother Sutek. I want y'all to look at Brother Sutek right now. Brother Sutek cannot believe that alimuhammad is getting bodied like they have never seen before. See, this is what I want y'all to understand. When y'all trying to understand how is it that Dr. EnQi moves, how he moves, and so it's because I've had these moments where the sharpest minds that you think is smart have been side by side next to me, and then this happens. Look at Sutek's face, damn it. Do y'all see that? Now look at the guy next to Sutek. Look at the guy next to Sutek. You see, at this time, they thinking that Ali is a genius. Look at this guy next to Sutek. He cannot believe what's happening. Now imagine 500 people in a space that could only really fit like 350, 400, or maybe it's 400 people in a space for 300. Imagine standing room only in this auditorium, and you got a lot of people that look like this. They can't believe that guy with the gold teeth foaming at the mouth is killing this supposedly college graduate kid with the science and the like military NOI. They cannot believe what is happening right here. Look at this nigga literally scratching his chin in the background. He's scratching his chin. He cannot believe it. There are going to be some of you that watch this video and still can't believe it after you watch the damn video. Look at that face. He cannot believe what's happening. Look at this here. Look at me raising hell, and look at Ali in utter disbelief with a Gumby haircut. What was he trying to do with that haircut? Keep it real. What was he doing with that haircut in 2015? In August of 2015, why would he have a Gumby haircut? See, he was setting up for failure. He was setting up for failure. He just didn't know that. He was setting up for failure, though, with that haircut. That's for sure.
No, give him a consciousness. We got Mr. EnQi in the building, and when EnQi first got up, EnQi opened up. And when EnQi opened up, I told him, don't take no shots at nobody.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, my goodness. Yo, y'all better hit the Cash App. Y'all better send me some money and thank Atomic Reflection, because of Atomic Reflection, we're going into overtime.
Atomic reflection just through George Bessiness, and I just realized at this moment we can't even really fully do this video without going into our George Best. So we get ready to put on our George Best. So this just got even more interesting. This video just got even more interesting.
No, dangerous to us unless there's a nitrogenous-based gene that is ensuing inside of our body, which says that the magnetic field of our body will be depreciated. Dangerous to us unless there's a nitrogenous-based gene that is ensuing inside of our body, which says that the magnetic field of our body will be depreciated.
Yo, I swear to God, Jesus Christ. Listen, I'm being repetitive with this thing here because I swear to God, if you can't understand this fluently enough, you are depriving yourself of pure comedy. What the is he? If you have a nitrogenous-based gene ensuing inside of us, if we have nitrogenous bases ensuing inside of us, it will depreciate the magnetic. What the? Yo, I swear to God, I wanted to jump on stage and just slap, like hit him with the baby powder. Because in my mind, I had seen the whole, you know how like LeBron hit the baby powder and then he throw the baby powder. Yo, I had saw me baby powdering and hitting him with the clean baby powder joint and just let the. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me get back to programming.
Dangerous to us unless there cannot be virus on the planet. So horizontal gene transfer cannot be at all dangerous to us unless there's a nitrogenous-based gene that is ensuing inside of our body, which says that the magnetic field of our body will be depreciated.
All right. Yo, Minister EnQi, come on over here. I'm over with Minister EnQi. You call me, what's my name? You call me when the first day up here, Mr. What?
No,
say it. I'm giving you a consciousness. He says, no, he's still talking right now. We got Minister EnQi in the building, and when EnQi first got up, EnQi opened up, and when EnQi opened up, I told him don't take no shots at nobody. Am I right, man? Yeah. All right, he didn't take no shots. I stopped him in his tracks. He took a little one. That's when I stopped him. But he was already gone. I said, damn, it's too late to pull that shit back. It's love. It's all love. Intellectual strong. So, do you have any disagreements with what the brother was saying?
Oh, I do.
I can pull up that paper that he wrote and show you how he's manipulating the difference between tyramine and tyrosine. See, tyramine is a fermented form of tyrosine. So he wants to supplant that now to put a band-aid on the fact that he tells you tyrosine, the precursor to melanin, is a fungus.
It's not a fungus, but it is toxic to the body if we are walking with it in our body now. Yes, it's toxic.
So, when you hear that, I need you to, even if you're not so scientifically inclined, understand that the daughter or the son is of the parent. So when he tells you that tyrosine is toxic to the body, however, that's what creates melanocytes, melanin, right, which separates us from the rest, and then he gives you a presentation on God being black, and you stand up and clap, you have to ask yourself, also, it's not a fungus now. Nope. It's a right? It's not a fungus. Then you have to ask him, wait a minute. Then you have to ask him, wait a minute. Hold on. Then you have to also ask him, right? You have to also ask him, hey, right? You also have to ask him, when he went into this Lake Togo. In fact, we can all pull out our smartphones and Google. there was no damage for the Lake Toba thing outside of a 5 to 10 mile radius. You can pull up Lake Toba debunked. Time Magazine, National Geographic have all done studies because they found the fossils from the area where people were still working at that time. Yeah. Then you have to show precedence. We've had plenty of volcanic explosions. No, you can't. You had time. We had plenty of volcanic explosions. None of which were close to white folks.
Hold on. Now, nobody who presented got cross-critiqued after that presentation. We set up Monday. Let me show you the conspiracy against alimuhammad. We set up Monday tomorrow to have an open We set up Monday for open forum to question each speaker. So all of you who saw it could go home, do your research, and come ask all of us the hard questions. No nigga up here got cross critique because it is a goddamn conspiracy against the Muslim. All right, I can answer every question. All right, this is what I'm talking about. Look, hold on, how you do that, son? Hold on. How many of you do that, son? Hold on. How many of you would like to see this debate go down with these two brothers? Go down. He's doing a video saying he's not going to do it. And I'm live in the fight in front of you saying I will do it. Yo, he's picked up again. Better prove it. Because I got all his screenshots that he said he won't do it. I got a screenshot. I got his screenshot that he said to equal any movement seeing is abortion. I got the screenshot that he said to eat the skin of a fruit with the color in it. It's toxic to the body. So how can he teach a room of color people to eat colored food? It's poisonous. They'll answer that question. Here we go. How many of y'all want to see this go down? I don't know. Let me say something. That was meant to be. If we're going to do something like this, we do it when you let the person know what's going to happen, and you don't have people to write hook, because everybody else did not have that answer. But if you want to I'll be able to make it. I will say it. Turn it up, and we appreciate it. I'm gonna be done. So all my brothers and sisters out here. Come on, respect. I know you won't have to say this, it's okay, but they invited me. Yeah, you're doing your thing, Jay. Let me say all I'm saying is, okay, Mom. Okay, Mom. You know what? She's right. All I'm saying is that we can do it better. We can before the people. Yeah, I curse, I swore. I'm sorry to my ladies out there, but I come with charisma. I come from a place where we talk like that. If I have disrespected anyone, I humbly apologize to everyone. That boosts the research. Let's go harder and go harder, and if you do something more, take hold of it. So we're going to keep it love, and we're going to do a debate so we can get this in 3-4 hours to come to a damn conclusion. Let's do that. Because we're going to keep these Dr. Ali. Hey, let me let you know. This is.
I know right now. It's going to be some heartbroken folks. Because they're not going to be able to understand what they just saw. I know some of y'all are going to be heartbroken because it's almost in a way, it's like there's no way to even reconcile what you saw. But I'm telling you for sure, I believe that that moment of embarrassment contributed to him feeling like he needed to do this. Make his own printout degree. Like, I really believe that contributed to that. Because otherwise, I can't really think of a reason, honestly, why he would do that fake degree. He didn't need to do that for credibility in the community. It didn't garner him any more respect than he already had. If any, he lost respect for pulling that out on people. So I can't even figure out what he was doing. Like, there's no other way for me to justify that fake degree than to say that he was still dealing with the aftermath of what happened. Now, of course, hold on. Of course, we have to eventually have to go into the information, right? And this is the thing. And this is why I'm saying it's 15 years old, because, you know, the moment where he ran was 9 years ago. But the start of this is a 15-year-old, because it started with us on tour. And then the 40-day fruit fast made it worse. And then when he tried to save face with this scientific paper he put together, that blew up in his face. And it just got progressively worse from him. And I think it was his initial attempt at trying to lay a claim to my intellectual property, meaning he had some wild stories he was telling people about Lake Manitoba, the volcano that blew up and turned people into monkeys and monkeys back into people and all this. When I start teaching people about how your DNA actually works and horizontal gene transfer and vertical gene transfer and all this and all that, the people started to gravitate towards it because real health professionals, college professors and people, professionals were starting to gravitate to the information. So he was like, oh, okay, yeah. So what he then tried to do was insert horizontal gene transfer into his monkey volcano shit. And I was like, nah, this is so. That's why it's like that's why I'm saying it's a culmination of things that led up to this moment. But the 40-day fast and all of those things and the George Best stuff, we got to go to some of that George Best stuff. So we're going to resurrect George Best too. But me, just the way I moved, like all of these people, right? Here's a couple of factors you got to keep in mind when you think about this whole history in the conscious community, right? Or the battles, the journeys of Dr. EnQi, right? I'm the only person throughout the whole community that really was serious about like working with everybody. So there's a time with Dr. EnQi working with the pills, the KT, the this one, the Ali, the Blight, the you name it. I'll sign up, be a member, be number 2. I'll be the bottom. I'll go in the mailroom. I don't care about position or what. I'll do, whatever if it's gonna help the people. Like I'm a team. So there's that, but then there's this phantom effect, the Dr. EnQi phantom effect. And it wasn't until I forgot who broke it down to me. Somebody explained this to me. I think it was one of the brothers. I remember his face. I want to say his name is Aaron from Philly. You know what I'm saying? But Aaron explained it to me. He was like, yo, it's something crazy. One of the picnics we had, one of the vegan cookouts we had in Philly. He said, it's a crazy thing. It seemed like every time you team up with somebody, they teaching their best teachings, like they in their prime. When we seen you with Polite was in his prime. After y'all split up, Polite info fell off. When KT was with you, KT was in his prime. After y'all split up, KT info fell off. When you was with Ali info in his prime. When y'all split up, Ali info fall off. I said, well, what you think that is? I said, that's because I ain't gonna say ghostwriting all the way to a full extent, but I bring a certain level of energy to what we doing. So no matter what level you in, if we getting ready to start going in on the info together, especially back then, you know what I'm saying, it's load up the duffel bag with books, you know, portable library. I'm pulling up at your crib. We getting food, whatever. We getting ready to be up all night studying for real. Like we're not doing no reading the insert to the book and faking like we going all the way in. So there was a certain intellectual standard that people expected, and just because I'm the guy with the gold teeth, you are always gonna overlook me to the other person to think that it's the other person setting the standard. You know what I'm saying? But time tells. You could just use your eyes to see what's what. You know what I'm saying? Because people, they saw me and Polite putting out a lot of books. Again, they look at the guy with the gold teeth, and then they look at the other guy. They go, oh, yeah, it must be Polite is the reason why where's Polite now? You know what I'm saying? I'm still going with you know what I'm saying? KT talking about, oh, no, Sebi was my teacher. Dr. Sebi put me on. Huh? Dr. Sebi said melanin is fake. You teach all melanin. I put you on, bro. What are you doing? What are you doing out here? Like, I just don't understand these guys sometimes. So this is where I have to have a certain level of efficiency that you might mistake as pettiness. It's not pettiness. It's called being efficient at keeping particular types of receipts. So when I'm on stage and I'm telling Ali that I got the screenshots, he don't know if I'm bullshitting or not, because at the time it's 2015. But like I said, some of this stuff is much older, 13 years old, 15 years old, some of these arguments we having. So I had a whole bunch of stuff that I just had waiting for the debate to happen. You know what I'm saying? I got my receipts lined up for the debate to happen, but the debate never happens because he, in fact, is scared of my receipts because he knows that they exist. You know what I'm saying? Like, he could play crazy, but he knows that I have these receipts. You know what I'm saying? So these receipts right here, this right here is this right off his, you know. You see that? So even now it's 2024 and I'm pulling out Facebook joints from like 2012, 2013. So this is why, again, to reiterate, this is why the debate never actually happened, because he knew, you know, like, you know, and his biggest problem was that he couldn't take instruction from me. You know, he had been so impressed hanging around like Nation of Islam guys and 5% Nation guys. So when you around that 5% Nation of Islam culture, they use certain terminology and words that creates a culture of a thing that necessarily everybody really isn't deeply involved in, just more of a surface level, you know, because the word dropping science, teaching science, mathematics, those things are used, but it's not really, people don't penetrate past the surface level with it. So when Ali pops up around these groups of people, he's very impressive to them because it seems like he's taken the teachings of the old elders and scientifically, you know, evaluated, critiqued, and did something when really he didn't. He's just adding gobbledygook to stuff to, like, Ali is like a older version of Billy Carson. In fact, Billy Carson is like how I can look at, like how you could easily just look at Yaki running around with the fruit fast and all that. Like you could say, oh, okay.
he stole EnQi whole program. You could look at Billy Carson and go, okay, Billy Carson, he's one of the people that was watching me and Ali when we was on tour, right? Because what is he talking about? EnQi, right? Sumeria. And outside of the subject matter, his whole style is like Ali. You know, he'll take a few facts and mix it up with something fantastical and present you, you know, a story that you thought you knew, but with aliens added in, or with, you know, like monsters or something crazy added in, so that you believe, like, you know, yeah, the volcanoes turned humans into monkeys. And so the whole idea of the Bible was the monkeys trying to turn themselves back into humans. And I'm like, bro, I got you. I'm with you. I totally listen. I'm with you. I see your line of thought, but let's just do this. You cannot say that when we're out on the road, like out on stage in front of everybody. Like, let's just keep working on that at the grid. Listen, I'm like, yo, we gotta just, like, you know, because I'm trying to find ways to communicate with the nigga. He's a difficult nigga to communicate with. His shit ain't really like, you know, and he's difficult to communicate with. So I'm trying to find ways to communicate with the brother. I'm like, you know, so now I'm trying like a passive, you know, I'm switching to like, let me try a beta approach. Let me see if I give him a honorary captain hat where he sit down in the driver's seat and behave himself. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, so Ali, listen, let's just go ahead. You know, this shit sound crazy. It's deep. You know, yeah, the volcano blocked the whole sun. So the whole planet's sun was blocked by one volcano that exploded. Okay, yeah, I definitely see. And they not only lost their pigment, they turned into monkeys. Oh, okay, yeah. So I got it. Listen, let's just not say anything about that like out loud outside of the house. Let's just, no, we're going to keep on researching it. We're going to hit Barnes and Nobles tomorrow. We're going to go here. We're going to go there. We're going to go find some books on it. We're going in. We're going in. But we just, you know, we're going to work on it at the house, not outside of that. Yo, listen. I'm like, yo, we can't do this outside the house. We got to do this at the house, bro. You got to relax. You know what I'm saying? So I've always had these things like this, like these little crazy receipt thingies. I always had these crazy little receipt thingies hanging around. You know, these little receipt thingies. These receipt thingies can be very tricky. Having little receipt thingies hanging around can be very tricky. Right? But let's read it. This is the black pigment mold. You see? That's me right there where he says you're pseudoscientist. That's him. That's him doing his thing. Thinking that, you know, like nowadays you see it in YouTube warfare. Right? In YouTube warfare, people would do a diss video about you and they'll either leave your name out of the title of the video or they'll purposely misspell your name and make it seem like they coming up with a name for you. Like when Zip called me Dr. Jinky, or when Wack called me Dr. Yinky, or when somebody else called, whatever. That's so that they don't have to add any momentum to my algorithm. When somebody diss you, when they use your name in the title of their video, that adds momentum to your page. So if somebody doesn't want to, you know, add momentum to you, they want to be super petty as possible. They diss you in general with a subliminal, or they call you the wrong name or don't use your name or whatever the case may be. But that's what Ali's doing right here. Because at the time, he think he doing something with his little Facebook half Muslim following at the time. And this is the black pigment mold your pseudoscientists are mistaking for melanin in the hydrocarbon acyl-based polymer. This is a tyramine virulent amine-based molecule. Okay, virulent, right? Since I ridiculed him so much for using fungus, fungal, and virus, now he try to use virulent, like it's still like, because it opens up a little escape hatch for him, but he's still kind of pinned down using this terminology. And the other problem immediately that pops out is that he uses tyrosine and tyramine interchangeably, which means that either he knows that he's purposely misleading you, or he doesn't know the difference between tyrosine and tyramine, right? So either he knows that there's a difference and he's purposely misleading you, or he doesn't know there's a difference and he's accidentally misleading you. You know, tomato, tomato, potato, potato. You figure it out, right? So anyway, this is a tyrosine, tyramine, virulent amine-based molecule. Detox carried out by the carbon compounds in the banana. Full stop, yo. Hey, full stop. Chill, relax. Listen, full stop right there at that moment. Like it's these one liners that this nigga has that are so phenomenal. Like this, yo, I swear to God, sometimes this is something that these are the moments, in case you want to know what me and certain people, me and KT, this is the only thing that I could do with KT that I really couldn't do anybody else. Maybe my guy from Philly, you know what I'm saying? Outside of that. But me and KT would be, you know, like we would watch videos and I'm talking about being tears, crying, just crying, like crying in tears, laughing at the pure madness that passes for science. I'm talking about you gotta, like, this shit is crazy. Listen to what he's saying here. This is a okay, so let me go here for a second. Look. So this is what he did. He used this picture of bananas to describe this experiment, right? And so the experiment is showing that as the banana goes rotten, or at least from Ali's explanation, as the banana goes rotten, right? The banana goes from yellow to black. Now, mind you, this is his proof. This is his proof that melanin is fungal, viral, virulent, you know, toxic, you know, this is his proof of this. And this is his association with pigment that joins him with George Best and separates him with me forever, right? Because George Best is the one that really came with the pigment, anti-nutrient, that whole philosophy. Ali is stuck on melanin being somehow fungus. So he uses this banana thing here to explain that this is his proof. You know, basically this is what he's positing anyway. And he's saying that the carbon inside, listen to this, the carbon inside of the banana is detoxing the melanin from the inside of the banana. So that's why it's showing up gradually in the outside of the banana, because you have carbon atoms that are inside the banana, removing melanin molecules and putting them out in the peel of the banana. That's what he's saying here. So this is why immediately somebody like me, or even people way smarter than me, immediately, it'd be like a gut busting, immediate explosion of laughter, because they realize this is gobbledygook. It's like, go left at the right turn and continue northbound on the southern. Like it's I don't even know how to make up gobbledygook as good as this. Like, this is just pure madness. It doesn't make any, like, it's far-fetched. I'm trying to not cuss. If you don't know, you know, it's really difficult in these moments. These are really tough moments to not, you know, just, you know,
Yeah, with cuss words, it gives you that Basquiat level of articulation, you know. I feel very limited. Hey! Okay. Listen. Okay. Y'all gotta deal with this, okay? This is y'all man right here, man. This is your king right here. So his papers say that the detox is carried out by carbon compounds in the banana. Okay, so there's some carbon-based compounds that are removing the melanin from inside the banana and planting it inside the peel. Yes, the small amount of melanin, carbon compounds, in the banana is attempting, along with oxygen, to neutralize tyrosine. Okay, full stop. He just flip-flopped tyrosine and melanin, because now, let's go back to the top. We start out with the black pigment, right? The black pigment is mold. The black pigment is mold. Our scientists are mistaken for melanin. Pay attention here. The tyramine detox carried out by the carbon compounds in the banana. And he's showing you the banana. So the pigment in the banana is the evidence for his philosophy here. So these carbon compounds are removing the melanin, right? But when he shows you, when he continues to explain it, he says that the melanin is attempting with oxygen to neutralize tyrosine and detox it via the skin. So now he is saying that he believes the black stuff in your skin is not melanin. He believes that black stuff is tyrosine. You have to understand what he's writing here. So it's not just that his concept of melanin being fungal, this and that and this, every part of this is wrong. Every part, I'm saying, like, every part of this stuff is wrong that he's putting out there. Right? Every part is wrong with this. Every part. There's not one part of this that's correct. So now he has switched and he thinks that tyrosine is the pigment. Although a sentence before, it seems that he has a confusion to melanin compound and pigment at the same time. So now we go, ever wonder why Cavendish bananas get that cheesy texture? It's the tyrosine fermenting virulently. Pigment mold is not melanin. Experiment. Put the same banana in a dark bag and watch the tyrosine go to work. Place them in a cold fridge. Oh, here we go. My bad. Put your bananas in the sun and watch what happens. Nobody before me in this post-slave era knew what melanin is or was and what has neutralized it and how to activate it in real time. So if we keep following these theories, we can never activate the potential dormant in us to unlock this jail door. Okay? So this is where he describes, right? He describes his ideology about somehow now, let me also add some more historical data. As per this stuff that he's writing, I'm the target of his anger, disdain, and his attack. But make no mistake, even back in this time, I'm still defending, because there's videos where that's what I'm saying. This is years and years and years. I'm summarizing, even though this video long as shit, I'm still summarizing because this is decade, this is years of. So even at this time, I'm defending Dr. Africa. I'm defending T. Owens Moore. I'm defending, Carol Barnes. I'm defending Jewel Pookrum. I'm defending all these people because basically Ali is coming along saying, even Elijah Muhammad, because Elijah Muhammad was teaching about the black germ and the brown germ. So what is Ali doing? I'm like, this is crazy. Like and I'm like, I'm looking at the general, the people. I'm like, yo, y'all don't know. This is danger. I'm getting at that point. That was the first. I was like, damn. Thank God for the government. You know what I'm saying? Like, people really need protection. People are very arrogant. They don't know that their ignorance is very. Your ignorance leaves you very vulnerable. Very vulnerable. And it was just kind of crazy to me to see how people just, went along with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was a wild thing. It was a wild thing, seriously. And this thing here, oh my God, let me show you this. This is the reason why he ran. Oh my God. I don't even know if I should we just look right at, should we just go right into this? Let me see, is this it? Oh man. Oh man, this thing right here. Ali's scared of this, Ali's scared of this. See, look at the date on that. See that? No cap is needed, man. Y'all see the date on that? No cap is needed. See the date on that? No cap is needed. When you got the facts, there's no cap is needed. See, the receipts is crazy, and this is literally what made him run. He's scared for this man. He's scared for anybody to even still have this paper. He's scared of this. But I think over the years of me never pulling it out on him, he started to believe like, yeah, it's just like a twisted episode of Power or something. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like Tariq thought he got rid of the murder weapon, and then somehow 2 seasons later, the murder weapon shows up at the detective house or something, like in a lockbox or something, and now, like, bam, you busted. Like, so I'm giving y'all a full, complete story, and also showing y'all I wasn't bluffing. I did have screenshots and I had that paperwork. You know what I'm saying? Like, so he was very intelligent. It was very intelligent. Don't think for a second that he wasn't a wise and cunning, that he wasn't it wasn't elite level intelligence that he was demonstrating by running, dodging, and ducking me all these years. He was very artful with it to make it seem like me and him were competitive or close in range, or even teaching similar ideologies or philosophies, or that somehow on God's green earth that he was my teacher. What? How, Sway? I'm not even teaching. When you teach somebody, that means they go on to continue to teach somehow something you laid the foundation of, right? So that's why when KT say that Sabi is his teacher, and I say, no, nigga, I'm your teacher, I'm saying it's very simple for people to look at what Sabi was teaching and what Dr. EnQi's been teaching and say, is there a closer, is there a parental, is there a father-like fingerprint in the science that KT's teaching with EnQi or with Dr. Sabi? Right? Same thing with Ali, right? Now, I'm not saying that I got a finger, a thumbprint, Dr. EnQi, you are the father. I'm not going that far, because Ali was the first. He was the first in the space. He was the first competing on a level speaker wise with guys like Phil and Delbert and all that. So I can't take any of those things away from him. But in terms of the actual science, like, no, bro, you got to stick with all that Native American, Aboriginal,
Ali was really good with that stuff. I don't know why he tried to venture over into the science space anyway. I really don't know what he was doing over there. You know what I'm saying? Because if he ever says like, I was EnQi's teacher, that's kind of the space where he really was my teacher. You know, a lot of that aboriginal science and the civics and a lot of that stuff. I learned a lot of that stuff from Ali. That is a certified fact. I learned a lot of that stuff from Ali. He had a thing called Law Masters back in the days. You know what I'm saying? Where, because Ali started off as an offshoot of Taj Tariq. Ali classes started off as an offshoot of Taj Tariq Bey and Raz Mariah. Right? So he started off a Moorish offshoot. So if anything, that's what I was more so learning from Ali, was the Moorish stuff and the law stuff and all the stuff that later on Polite learned from Ali. Polite got all that UCC, all that paperwork, all that he got from Ali. All the scamming he got from Ali. All that paperwork scamming Polite was running. He learned all of that in depth from Ali. Even got his first few copies of all the paperwork from Ali before changing it up and putting his name and all his stuff on there. All that stuff went from Ali to Polite. Look at the blueprint, same thing. Ali had his organization where he was charging people for nationality and all this and all that. Polite came with the same thing. Same thing. I was there. I was in the back row with him when he said, yo, we need to do this. And I looked at him. I was like, do what? He was like, yo, we need to make up our own movement. Me and you, we could do better than Ali. And I'm like, hell yeah. And that was literally that moment between me and Polite was the birth of what would later become New Covenant. So I'm just saying I was there as all these different things evolved. And Ali should have stuck with organizing the people, Aboriginal, American history, all of that kind of stuff, Mesoamerican history, Mexican, Olmec, you know, all of that kind of stuff. He was really good at. You know, when he got to the science thing, it got really bad. It got really bad because there's this guy. Now let's add in some of this George Best before we go, because I know y'all want me to go back to that paper. Y'all are really disgusting, petty individuals right now. No, just kidding. No, I'm not. But no. Brother did make a very good point. Brother did make a good point. And that point is that, you know, George Best is a very important part of this story. Now, let me say this. Damn. I got to write a whole conscious community movie. This shit is wild. Okay. And the reason I'm saying that to myself now is because right now I'm saying to myself, we should have knew about young Pharaoh. We should have knew about young Pharaoh and Sarah Seti by examining what happened with George Best and alimuhammad. We should have knew what was getting ready to happen from what happened with these guys. We should have knew. Because when Pharaoh came out, he was talking a bunch of crazy stuff. But when he got with Seti, because we all looked at young Pharaoh when he first came out, like, yo, this young guy got potential. You know, he talking that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Now, me, I had my reservations, but I was like, you know, yeah, I guess he got potential. You know, but he was chasing the wrong stuff. You know, he initially came out immediately trying to figure out how to make money off people instead of figuring out a way that he could be of service. Right. So that was like a red flag for me. But I did see the potential. And then when he got with Seti, everybody thought Seti was going to take Pharaoh under his wing and develop young Pharaoh, you know, and, you know, that didn't happen. Seti got taken under Pharaoh's wing and those niggas turned into a clown show and a nightmare, right? So we should have knew about that because that's what happened with Ali and George Best. George Best, a nigga from Brooklyn. And I think the New York culture, I think because I'm so unshakably, unmistakably New York, I think maybe Ali thought that another New York guy could out New York me. I don't know what Ali was thinking, but when he met George Best, they just clicked. You know, maybe it was the pseudoscience that they both shared, where Ali was teaching this idea that melanin was fungal, and George Best was teaching this idea that anti-nutrients are attached to pigment in your food. So in order to have healthy food, it's not enough to be a vegan. Yeah, you got to eat all fruits and vegetables, but that's just the beginning. Instead of cooking your food, what you need to do is peel all your food. That's right. Instead of cooking, start peeling. And I guess this negative pigment I don't know but they bonded. They bonded. So we do have to take a look at some of this George Best. Like we do have to tap into some of this George Best stuff.
I know it's just falling off me, man. I don't know what it is. It's just falling off me. I ain't doing nothing special. I think it's them herbs he be giving my man's right here.
Herbs?
What's the
I
herbs?
don't think you pronounce the H, by the way.
Herbs?
No,
that's the right way. No, they herbs. What's that stuff you be giving me?
Come on over here to the mic, polo sweater man.
Tell him.
Ralph Lauren.
It's them herbs he got, man. You need some of them herbs, man.
What is herbs?
What are you his nutritionist?
Yeah. I'm the nutritionist for the team.
You look great, by the way, too. You're in shape.
I appreciate you was getting fat for a minute.
I know it's just falling off me, man. I don't know what it is. It's just falling off me. I ain't doing nothing special. I think it's them herbs he be giving my man's right here.
Herbs?
What's the herbs?
I don't think you pronounce the H, by the way.
Herbs?
No, you do.
That's the right way. No, they herbs. What's that stuff you be giving me?
Come on over here to the mic, polo sweater man.
Tell him.
Ralph Lauren.
It's them herbs he got, man. You need some of them herbs, man.
What is herbs?
Are you his nutritionist?
Yeah. I'm the nutritionist for the team.
Okay. We're doing the 40-day. Well, my daughter's doing it, because I don't eat it anyway. No bread, no pasta, no bread, no pasta. What else?
EnQi, I gotta say this to you. You are the face now of the health and nutrition. You are the most qualified, brother, to speak on health and nutrition. It is you, and you better make the best of it, brother.
My name is Minister EnQi. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin vs. Diabetes Ministry.
Oh, I know what I'm supposed to do. Yeah. Good thing I have my grocery shopping list. Don't leave home without it.
Empress in the few of the sisters was talking about health and eating, 40 days of fasting, and he came up saying he wrote books on 40 days of fasting. He created one of them he created, and they
40-day fruit fast. Is that's the one he was talking about?
I don't know. They shot the nigga.
Your science shaky. You really need to read Dr. EnQi books.
And possible assistance. Possible assistance, Georgia Best. Now, Dr. alimuhammad did challenge you to a 6-month health challenge. And I think we're in the 4th month. Why didn't you actually get to participate in the challenge?
Because the whole scheme was just propaganda to get promotions, free promotions at my expense.
For niggas like me, wild and untamed, violent, no chain, cause silence my brain. Pain is no object. No, I need struggle and progress. No, I'm the one that God bless, so no man curse me. Enemies obsessed, they need controversy.
Minister EnQi back on Ready for All.
Peace to the God. Ready for all, ready for war. What's going on, guys?
What's going on, man? Haven't seen you in a long time.
Yeah, man, trying to get y'all on some fight the gas.
Oh, man.
Nah, it's all love, man. I miss you, though.
That's what's good, man.
You're a good brother. Your man, I don't know, the jury's still out.
The G, but G saved my life, man. George Best saved my life.
You OG. George, listen. George.
How do you feel about inflammation and cellular inflammation?
It's the who information?
Cellular inflammation.
Cellular inflammation?
Yes, because
I believe that's a huge problem worldwide, but that's not only a black issue. That goes all the way across.
Oh, yeah, we're talking about health right now.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, cellular inflammation is I already did the 7 stages of cancer. Inflammation is the root of cancer and autoimmune disease. You can't have a long-term illness without getting inflammation. And that starts from acute inflammation. The moment you have bacteria or foreign objects entering the body via breaking the skin, etc., or voluntary suicide, it's on you. Then, if your body can't quell that inflammation, be it calcium, bicarbonates, or something else you put in your mouth to neutralize that, you're going to move from acute inflammation to chronic inflammation.
Okay.
The difference between acute inflammation and chronic inflammation is the cause of the inflammation is gone in chronic inflammation, and the inflammation still persists and becomes widespread throughout the body. And the reason we have such thing as chronic inflammation is because inflammation is not based on the bacteria or the intruder. It's based on the intruders that we already have living in our body. All right, so all of the downsides we feel to inflammation are actually the chemicals that are being released by the white blood cells. And if you think those chemicals released by white blood cells are your friend because white folks told you that, all you have to do is ask anybody with hives, eczema, or asthma what they get when they go to the hospital. They get Benadryl. Ask the doctor, what's Benadryl? It's an antihistamine. Ask the doctor, why do you need an antihistamine? He's going to tell you some dumb shit like, it counteracts histamine. So you got to look at him and be like, well, nigga, okay, I'm sorry, maybe I asked the wrong question. What is histamine? He's going to say it's a toxic substance released in your body from inflammation. And then you have to ask him, you got to let him know that you're smarter than he's trying to box you into. And say, brother, inflammation doesn't release chemicals. The chemical storm being released by microorganisms in my body is what inflammation is. At that point, you're going to put him back on his ass, and then he's going to have to tell you, well, the white blood cells release the histamine to move through the tissues of the body, and that's what causes the reaction, da-da-da-da. So then you have to ask yourself a series of other questions. It's like, wait a minute. It's not the bacteria causing me the problem, just the white blood cell. I'm just saying. So, listen. It's the let me segue now, because I'm a fan today.
Yeah.
I came to see Booker T. Coleman.
Yeah.
I was like, hold on, Booker T. Coleman's gonna be where? Yeah. I'll go across the country to see Booker T. Coleman. That's my OG right there.
Respect.
When I was working in Verizon, his son that came and performed earlier, Heru, he killed it with the melanin jump. Heru walks into the Verizon store, and his pops don't come in with him yet. So he come in, and we kind of kicking in, and he like, yeah, you know, you sound like my dad, but da-da-da-da. And I'm like, well, you should listen to your dad, da-da-da-da. Dad walks in. So he kind of comes in the convo, and we just chatting, and I'm talking about the woman. He's like, yo, you know, you a sharp brother. You shouldn't be in here wasting your intelligence. You should go home and get a book called Animals in Digestive Systems. Go home and read that book, and I'll be back. And, you know, I'll ask you about the book. I'm going to check on you and see what you got from your studies. Something happened, and he had to come back to the store again quick, like in 1 or 2 weeks. I already read the book twice and had the book at work. So we was going in crazy. He gave me more books to read, and it progressed. Before you know it, I'm strolling on 125th one day, and I see a big-ass crowd across from the Apollo. I get up closer. It's Sinetta. Boom! Going in. Booker T. Coleman. Booker T. Coleman's dropping it. I'm in the crowd like, oh shit, he killing it.
Yeah.
And then he does the wildest shit on earth. He goes, there's one of my students right there. Mind you, like 40, 50 people in a circle inside with the camera. Why he did like that? And the whole scene went slow motion. That's why I slowed it down. When he turned that camera, I swear to God, I was like,
I know.
and you know, Si, yeah, brother. So when have you been studying with Booker T. Goldman? I'm like, well, you know, more than the specific information, what I learned from Booker T. Coleman is how to teach. Most of these niggas, how much? 30 for the little one and 50 for the big one. Most people, most people are so frightened because they don't really know their information. A lot of shit's regurgitated, a lot of shit's copied, a lot of shit's barely studied because people want to rush to the forefront to be the first one to say it.
Right.
People are scared of questions. They don't want you to ask no questions during the lecture. Hold it to the end, hold it to the end. Then when you get to the end of the lecture, what happens? Yo, we ain't got that much time. Yo, we gotta run. Nah. I'm not afraid of you niggas.
Now, you know, I got a question.
Listen. This is the only thing that I do.
Respect to that.
So it ain't no law on Tuesday, real estate on Friday, Joe.
Right,
it's health every day, all day, 24/7.
Right.
When you sleep, I'm studying.
Right.
When you having sex, I'm studying. When you on the toilet, I'm studying. When you studying, I'm studying. When you go to the gym, I'm studying. When you in the supermarket, I'm studying. When you sleeping, when you laying down, whatever you're doing. The moment you take a break, nigga, I'm still going.
Now the word of the summer was phytic acid, man.
No, that was not.
That was the word of the summer.
That was the word of the summer for Caucasians living in black skin.
No, we gotta address.
No, stop. The word of the summer for us, black people.
Yeah.
I am Minister EnQi, the inventor of the term black gene ethics.
Yes.
No, we need to know that. I invented the term.
Yes.
That does not have a paradigm in black folks' body.
Phytic acid.
Correct. Phytic acid serves as a nutrient in the black person's body.
Now, I'm not the scientist. I won't even try to debate you on it.
Correct.
I can only go on the feeling.
No, listen. Now, listen. Here's the question.
Yes.
I don't want to be disrespectful. I don't want to be disrespected.
Right.
Right. So if we can be adults,
I
would love to debate Ali and the other guy, or both of them together, or both of them together.
Ali, you talking about referring to Dr. Ali Muhammad
and the other guy
and George Best. Okay.
Right. So Dr. Ali Muhammad and the other guy. I'll take Ali by himself.
Okay.
Or if he wants to add the other guy on, I'll do Ali and the other guy.
So you're saying,
let me make a correction. I will not debate the other guy.
You'll not debate George.
Pause. That sounded crazy.
No, why not? He has to get his weight up.
Now, you know, George
has to get his weight up.
George might be here tonight.
I don't care if George was in your pocket. George has to get your weight up.
All right.
I done wrote almost 20 books. Just this year alone, I did almost 70 lectures.
So would you consider that?
Wait, listen to what I'm saying. You can't put your resume up against mine like that. I won't even do that. Floyd Mayweather's not going to box a nigga that's off the street just because he knocked 2 niggas out around his corner. Floyd is going to be like, chill. So you're saying when you're the #1 contender, come see me. Till then, you look good out there, kid.
What would you actually debate Ali on?
This issue we're discussing.
Phytic acid?
Phytic acid. Tyrosine being a fungus.
Being a fungus.
Tyrosine, the precursor to melanin, is not fungus. And guess what? I'm here at the melanin conference. So I'm certain.
With Lila Africa.
Because I'm here with Lila. I'm here with the heavyweights. And everyone agrees with the minister. Everyone. Okay. The only people in support of phytic acid being toxic are Europeans. Period. Because they don't have tyrosine. All this is look upable. I don't even know what's wrong. Everybody got smartphone. Niggas like they allergic to Google. Go on Google and look up phytic acid and tyrosine. Just type them in the search bar and start going through the links. You don't gotta listen to me. In fact, it might not even make it to debate because once niggas start pulling that up, they're gonna be like, oh my God, it's over.
Now, what does your diet consist of on a daily basis? Is it like raw? Is it cooked? Is it vegan? Is it sometimes?
It's a mix of all of them.
It's a mix of all.
It depends on where I'm at. Sometimes I do raw, 30, 60, 90. You know, sometimes it's just so comfortable that I just like that's my ideal.
Why would you get off the road?
Oh, because I'm on the road.
Oh.
on the road, it ain't even that kind of party. Okay. I'm on the bus sometimes for 27 hours. Wait. I'm on the bus sometimes for 27 hours. There's no raw on there. There's no raw I can make that carries with me that's gonna last that long.
Okay.
So a lot of times, another thing that I eat is oxygen. Right now, right now it's Sunday night. I have not slept since Thursday night, and I haven't eaten. Period. I bought a side order of cabbage, and I could taste the fucking rags on it and threw that shit out. It's horrible. All these fucking vegetarian places putting rags on their shit. Rags is MSG. So yeah, I know that. Yeah, I know the sign. Monosodium glutamate. Glutamate is the problem there. It's not the monosodium part. All right, but your body has sodium, monosodium floating everywhere. Everywhere. So all you gotta do is add glutamate. What's glutamate, minister? It's a form of nitrogen, just like arginine. And they all are convertible. So you can convert nitrogen to glutamate, glutamate to arginine to glutamic acid, all of them. And your liver will turn them all to ammonia to get out of the body, or all to uric acid to get out of the body. However, once it gets overwhelmed, shit starts circulating to the brain, shuts that down, nervous system shuts that down, etc., etc., etc. In fact, that can serve as inflammation all by itself.
Okay. All right, cool. All right.
Ouch.
What I want to ask you is this: you did just make a challenge to Dr. Ali Muhammad and George Best, or possibly
Ali Muhammad and possible assistant
of George Best. Now, Dr. Ali Muhammad did challenge you to a 6-month health challenge, and I think we're in the 4th month. Why didn't you actually get to participate in the challenge?
Because the whole scheme was just propaganda to get promotions, free promotions at my expense. When we're talking about a health paradigm, you want me to participate in a challenge when you're at home for 6 months straight, and I'm on the road doing 4 lectures or more a month. Every month, I'm in at least 3 cities. That doesn't even make no sense. And it's self-centered. So for 6 months, you're going to base your health paradigm on your personal health? Really? That doesn't mean anything. If we're not basing our health paradigm on how it affects the people, then it's worthless. It's worthless. And the proof is in the pudding. Niggas are going on that phytic acidless diet and shrinking. They're becoming invisible.
This is why I asked you about inflammation earlier, because I've always been a thin guy, but I did lose some weight. But what I noticed, it was actually inflammation.
No. You're having inflammation because you're nutrient deficient. And the main nutrients that you need are not in the diet you're on.
I only eat fruit. Raw fruit.
Stop, yo.
I only eat raw fruit for the past 9 months.
Stop. You're taking the skin off, the seeds out, like that's not fruit. That's genetically modified. You niggas are genetically modifying it yourself. You're processing the fruit. You might as well just go buy seedless fruit. That should have saved you half the work.
Well, I'm not the scientist on that. I'm sure there's scientists, whether it's Ali or George, that may actually want to come back.
We don't listen. When it comes to this basic shit, we don't need a scientist on that. Everything that's in a fruit, the whole fruit grows from where?
From the seed.
Grain opening, grain closing. That's what we're talking about. There's nothing.
I've been getting healthier. I've been feeling better.
Listen, there's nothing
I felt in my life.
Listen.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
But that's a problem, because when we live in ratchet, if we do anything, we're gonna feel better. I kid you not. If we live in ratchet, all a person gotta do is say, yo, I'm not eating no more Chinese food. If they do that shit for 30 days, they're gonna be like, yo, this is incredible. You can't imagine this energy I'm feeling.
I see your
Then
logic.
they cut out soda, then they cut out milk. They're like, oh my God, I can't even sleep.
I see your
Then they cut out milk, then they cut out bread, then they cut out chicken, then they cut out fish. They're like, oh my God.
Right.
But they may turn around and find out they didn't cut out so much shit that they're missing critical nutrients.
Is it necessary to eat any cooked foods at all?
Necessary to eat cooked food?
Yeah.
No. No. I mean, me personally, I like to lightly steam my kale and my greens and stuff like that to make it more easy for your body to digest and break it down. Because some of them vegetables, it's tough for your body to break it down. And white folks make people think that that's good. No, you want the roughage. The roughage is going to clean you out. Stop that. Water is going to clean you out, and the stopping of the eating of the bullshit.
Okay.
Okay? It's water that breaks up the plaque and all that. So you got to put the water, you got to put the herbs, period.
They go in.
No, just get it.
They going in. They're having fun. They going in. Yo, EnQi, it's been great. We're gonna get some more footage with you. But let me go handle something real quick.
Vegan mafia. We in here.
Peace to the family. This is Abdul Ali, candidate for U.S. House District 12 here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Let's just be real, folks. The Democrats have destroyed our major cities. Their policies have made us less safe, they've given us less economic opportunity, and they've provided less educational opportunities for our children. And that's why I'm running for Congress, because I know what it takes to improve these issues. I've got great working relationships already in D.C. I've spent the last 10 years of my life building my political resume so that one of us, somebody who thinks like we do, could get into D.C. and make a difference. I want you to visit aliforcongress.com to find out more about my campaign. The Democrats have already done enough, and now they're putting illegal aliens in front of people like you and me, folks whose ancestors built this country and made it what it is today. So again, I'm asking you to support me in my run for U.S. House District 12 here in North Carolina. You don't have to live in North Carolina to support, because what happens
Oh, I know what I'm supposed to do. I know what I'm supposed to do. Good. Good thing I have my grocery shopping list. Don't leave home without it.
My name is Minister EnQi. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin vs. Diabetes Ministry. Every time you go to the supermarket without the electrician grocery shopping list, it's like putting a loaded gun to your head. Stop playing Russian roulette with your life. Help us make America great again. Learn how to save time. Learn how to save money with the electrician grocery shopping list on Amazon now. Go to Amazon now. The life you save may be your own.
You look great, by the way, too. You're in shape.
I appreciate you was getting fat for a minute.
I know it's just falling off me, man. I don't know what it is. It's just falling off me. I ain't doing nothing special. I think it's them herbs he be giving. My man's right here. He be
herbs?
What's the
I
herbs?
don't think you pronounced the H, by the way.
Herbs?
No, you do.
No, they herbs. What's that stuff you be giving me?
Come on over here to the mic, polo sweater man.
Tell him.
Ralph Lauren.
It's them herbs he got, man. You need some of them herbs, man.
What is herbs?
What are you his nutritionist?
Yeah. I'm the nutritionist for the team.
Okay. We're doing the 40-day. Well, my daughter's doing it, because I don't eat it anyway. No bread, no pasta, no bread, no pasta. What else?
EnQi, I gotta say this to you. You are the face now of the health and nutrition. You are the most qualified, brother, to speak on health and nutrition. It is you, and you better make the best of it, brother.
My name is Minister EnQi. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin vs. Diabetes Ministry.
Oh, I know what I'm supposed to do. I know what I'm supposed to do. Good thing I have my grocery shopping list. Don't leave home without it.
Empress and the few of the sisters was talking about health and eating, 40 days of fasting. And he came up saying he wrote books on 40 days of fasting. He created one of them he created. And they
the 40-day fruit fast. Is that's the one he was talking about?
I don't know. They shot the nigga.
Your science shaky. You really need to read Dr. EnQi books.
So gene transfer cannot be at all dangerous to us unless there's a nitrogenous-based gene that is ensuing inside of our body, which says that the magnetic field of our body will be depreciated. All right. Yo, Minister EnQi, come on over here. Minister EnQi, you call me, what's my name? You call me when the first get up here, Mr. What? No, he says it. Okay, no consciousness. Oh, he says, we got Minister EnQi in the building, and when EnQi first got up, EnQi opened up. And when EnQi opened up, I told him, don't take no shots at nobody. Am I right, man? Yeah. All right, he didn't take no shots. I stopped him in his tracks. He took a little one, that's when I stopped him. But he was already gone. I said, damn, it's too late to pull that shit back. It's love. It's all love. Intellectual strong. So, do you have any disagreements with what the brother was saying?
Oh, I have quite a few. I can pull up that paper that he wrote and show you how he's manipulating the difference between tyramine and tyrosine. See, tyramine is a fermented form of tyrosine. So he wants to supplant that now to put a band-aid on the fact that he tells you tyrosine, the precursor to melanin, is a fungus.
It is. It's not a fungus, but it is toxic to the body if we are walking with it in our body now. Yes, it's toxic.
So, when you hear that, I need you to, even if you're not so scientifically inclined, understand that the daughter or the son is of the parent. So when he tells you that tyrosine is toxic to the body, however, that's what creates melanocytes, melanin, right, which separates us from the rest, and then he gives you a presentation on God being black, and you stand up and clap, you have to ask yourself, also, it's not a fungus now. It's a right? It's not a fungus, then you have to ask him again. Then you have to ask him again. Then you have to also ask him, right? You have to also ask him, right? You also have to ask him when he went into this Lake Togo. In fact, we can all pull out our smartphones and Google. There was no damage for the Lake Togo thing outside of a 5 to 10 mile radius. You can pull up Lake Togo debunked. Time Magazine, National Geographic have all done studies because they found the fossils from the area where people were still working at that time. Yeah. Then you have to show precedence. We've had plenty of volcanic explosions. No, you can't.
Now, nobody who presented got cross-critiqued after that presentation. We said, no nigga up here got cross critique because it is a goddamn conspiracy. All right, I can answer every question. All right, listen to what I'm talking about. Hold on, how you do that, son? How many of you? Hold on. How many of you would like to see this debate go down with these two brothers? He's doing a video saying he's not gonna do it. And I'm live in the pressure in front of you saying I will do it. Yo, he switched up again. Better prove it. Because I got all the screenshots that he said he gonna do it. I got a screenshot. I got a screenshot that to equal any movement seen in it is abortion. I got a screenshot that he said to eat the skin of a food with the color in it. It's toxic to the body. So how can he teach a room of color people to eat colored food? It's poisonous to your body. Hell, answering that question. Here we go. Yo, how many of y'all want to see this go down? I don't know. Let me say something. If we gonna do something like this, we do it when you let the person know what's gonna happen, and you don't just keep it right hook, because everybody else did not have that answer. I'll be able to make it. I will say, turn it up, and we appreciate it. I'm gonna be done. So all my brothers and sisters out here. Come on, respect. Come on, man. I know you won't have to say this, it's okay, but they invited me. Let me say
Okay, how y'all feeling so far? We 3 hours in and it feel like 30 minutes, right? We've been rolling. Make sure y'all go into the Cash App. Make sure y'all hit the subscribe. Half y'all watching, you hate it, but you like to hate it. So you hit subscribe so you can hate it regularly, right? Some of y'all love it, so hit the subscribe. Like, what are you doing? Hit the subscribe button. Yeah, hit the like. Dare I say, take a moment, venture off the video. Hit the Cash App. Yeah, you know who got me to change my gears on the mushroom? I'm gonna say Mama Pill, Mama Pill contributed a lot to me switching my stance up on the mushroom. And then Baba Kalendi, may he rest in greatness wherever he is. I would have to say Baba Kalendi. Every time he got a chance, he was giving me like an earful about the mushrooms, and I had to eventually tap out. Because it's essential to certain types of soil developing, certain types of plants and even food to sustain life. So I had to tap out eventually on mushrooms, but that's courtesy of Baba Kalendi. May he rest in greatness. Yeah. Not completely, just, me and mushrooms is cool. Like, we ain't got no standing beef. But, I don't have any in the fridge right now. Okay, so now we still have this matter that we have to deal with. We still have this matter that we must clarify. All right, let's see what we can do to can we get this any bigger? Okay, how does that look? Oh, yeah, that's working. All right, yeah. So it's lit. Y'all should be able to read that pretty good. I know some of y'all like, nah, that's good. But you got to realize some people might be watching this on their cell phone. So I'll try my best to accommodate everybody. But this was the kryptonite for so long, right? So, and this goes back to the basic premise of what I was saying early on in the video. I know people have tuned in. It's the middle of the day. People at work, school, whatever. But I was talking about my personal packaging versus maybe somebody else at the time, and me being able to see myself in contrast to others from outside of my body, so to speak, and be able to be like, okay, I could see how in the moment, if you don't know me and you don't never read any of my books or heard me talk or whatever the case may be, if you see a guy arguing, foaming at the mouth, yelling, cussing, talking crazy, gold teeth, in a scientific argument against somebody that looks more refined, and they're presenting their argument with a written paper, automatically it creates a certain air of accuracy. It creates a certain air of even authority in terms of being able to look at presentation as a form of experience in the space, using a particular format, presenting information in a way that people are used to having it presented to them, so all of those things were particular challenges that I needed to deal with. Not necessarily the information. I'm working with God. I got truth on my side. You see what I'm saying? Like, I got the nuclear warhead. I got the truth. You know what I'm saying? But packaging, I'm terrible. You know what I'm saying? Ali, on the other hand, he got some made up mumbo jumbo, but he's got the teacher's edition, professor, how to write a paper. You know what I'm saying? But again, once we go right up underneath the hood of that car, we know that you stole the emblem off of a Mercedes and had your homeboy, for $15, screw that down on the top of this Corolla. Like, we know this is not an exotic Benz. This is a Corolla, which you screw down. Back in the days, they used to do that on the East Coast. They used to take the emblems off of expensive cars and attach it to cheaper cars.
and then take the letters off the back of the car so you don't know what it is. You know what I'm saying? So somebody would be had like a hoopty and, you know, throw some others, you know, anyway, but that's how it is. You know what I'm saying? So when you can read this is why the literacy is so important. This is why it's so important to study. Teach yourself so you can teach your babies. Like, this is the thing that we're dealing with even with people feeling mistrust towards doctors and certain professional areas is confusion. It's not understanding. And because we don't understand, we have to go with presentation and personality over substance. This is why I always maintain that the most important thing for me to communicate to people is the information, and that the packaging means nothing. Like the fact that the packaging means nothing is a major part of what I'm communicating, which is why I never leave the fact that I'm just a guy from 158th Street in the neighborhood. I'm not parroting what I learned at, you know, Harvard or Yale or Stanford or, you know, Howard, or I'm not parroting. This is a love hobby that developed into a lifelong love that developed into, luckily, you know, divinely, you know, research, a situation where I could continue research and share it with a small group of people that feel the same way. And, you know, we've been doing it for a long time, you know what I'm saying? But it's just that, you know what I'm saying? It's not anything. So this is a very big problem that we have. So the other day when I was talking to Wack and them, Wack 100, one of the guys in the group asked, why is certain issues so prevalent in the conscious community? Now, he was leaning more towards some sexual deviant stuff, but it opened up a broader conversation that is even more still persistent. And I think that there's certain personality types and certain personality traits that arise within certain groups, certain frequencies, and or at a higher frequency, you know, and not being able to understand the substance and being able to and only being able to judge the packaging is the major limiting factor that we have, that allows somebody to come along like a nature boy and create a huge following of people. And, you know, niggas is watching it like it's a reality TV show, and he's literally like recruiting, you know, barely legal kids to it's garbage day. He's recruiting like barely legal kids to go with him into the woods and saying the wildest, most craziest things on YouTube, and nobody is batting an eye. And I'm like, is anybody gonna stop? Anybody gonna put the brakes on? Is anybody gonna say anything? Is anybody gonna put the brakes on this? Like, who is this guy? And in scenarios like that, that's where usually it would be important that you would have a school of thought that you came through, you know, so that people could reach out to other people in your similar school of thought, maybe your elder, your teacher, whatever, that they could refer to, and, you know, like, hey, y'all might want to check in with your, you know, with your man over here. The teachings have changed significantly. You might want to pull him back in, rein him back in. You know, you might want to get some. So hopefully this serves as a precautionary tale for people judging the book by its cover as opposed to what's written on the pages. So what we're going to do right now is go back in time, and we're going to judge the book by what's written on the page. And so we're going to start right here. Is tyrosine / tyramine a constituent component of the photosynthetic and nutritional production of melanin polymers, or chemosynthetic production of pigment via fermentation processes. Is tyrosine a virulent amino molecule? Is tyrosine a virulent amino molecule? To me, this falls on its face immediately. First, like, we don't even get into the body of the paper. Like, this is crazy gobbledygook. Tyrosine and tyramine are not the same thing. It's like saying cholesterol and vitamin D is the same thing. This is crazy right here. Constituting component of the photosynthetic and nutritional production of melanin polymers. Another one of these photosynthesis melanin people. Another one of these photosynthesis melanin people. So not only was he saying that the pigment in the fruit is toxic to the body, but he's also saying that melanin performs photosynthesis. hey, this shit is crazy. Yo, this is wild. This is nuts. Okay. This paper is written as a preliminary work to discuss the production and biosynthesis of melanin. It is the author's position that current Europeoid scientists and institutions do not know about the in vivo biological production and organization of melanin. Now, let me stop right there for a second. Here's how you could begin to take advantage of people, right? So if you are a person that believes that that sentence thus far is correct, it would lead you to begin to accept what comes next or what follows as also correct. So this is how people tug on your emotions, and this is how people can hustle race and hustle emotions and trauma, you know, and make you believe that they're teaching science or scientific. Like, it's not. No, it's just being eloquent with words and mixing up scientific gobbledygook. Right? So, but I do know there's a very alternative / militant current that he taps into from time to time when it's convenient for him, because science doesn't agree with him. Then he'll say, oh, you talking about the white man science, or you talking about European science. And then if you ask him, well, who invented science? He say the black man. You say, yeah. So you will run you in circles because he doesn't actually have any information that backs up these claims. When he's wrong and silent and science does not validate what he's saying, it's the white man's science. When you talk about science, he say the white man never created any science. The black man created all science. So if the black man created all science, how could the science that disagrees with you be the white man's science? Like, it just doesn't make sense. It's crazy on top of crazy, but y'all let people get away with this stuff. Yeah, let people get away with this crazy stuff. Right? It is the author's position that the current Europeoid scientists and institutions do not know about the in vivo biological production and organization of melanin, nor do they know the optimal fuel for the Africoid cell for optimal health. Thus, their diagnostic technologies and nutritional practices have not caught up to nature and universal design, and thus stand as warrantless jargon and theories with major issues of non-applicability to the organisms that carry melanin. A quote from the latest published studies from Europeoid scientists support this position. So, thus far, this paragraph, for the most part, in the circles he can tap into,
they're going to be about 89 to 92% in agreement with that, what's in that paragraph. He's basically scientifically encoding, white inferiority and, some other of the more old school militant ideas into a scientific diatribe, right? So it sounds, it touches the fancy of the people that don't understand it, but they could pick up the sentiment. And the sentiment is that the black body is so superior that the white man cannot understand anything going on with it. And so they're like, yeah, because that strike that chord with them. They feel that old school, they feel that old Elijah Farrakhan vibe, and they like, yeah, we with you, brother. We understand what you're saying now, brother. We like, nah. That feel good. I mean, that feel good stuff has a place, but we gotta, if we really doing this, we gotta really be doing this, right? Melanin is defined via the Aboriginal Medical Association via visible combustion factor. The visible combustion factor proposes that the hue in visible skin cells, eyes, and hair is directly related to solar interaction with cellular interstitial fluids and crystallized carbon structures, both of which attenuate, absorb, and refract solar radiation, causing the visible appearance of hue. Now, clearly you see right here where he's stealing my material. Like, this is literally right out of my book, Cellular Water, right? So this is why I'm saying he never want me to show nobody this paper. Yo, that nigga would talk some hardcore shit on a video for about 10, 15, 20 minutes. Yeah, I'll debate you, EnQi. We can debate right now, and you can pull up, and I'll give you my address. And he'll go into his thing. He ain't getting ready to show up to no debate because he know, like, bro, you took that from my book, Nick. What? You took that from my book? What are you doing? And you wasn't even smart enough to disguise what you did. You literally said you got it from the cell. What? What? Literally. Time has changed now, but at that time, literally, that's the main thing people only knew me for, was the water and the cellular water and the, my most popular book was Cellular Water. My most popular lecture series was Cellular Water. Like, that's what people knew. So this is what I'm saying. Without the history, right? People going back and forth is confusing. You know what I'm saying? But then you got those, at the end of the transaction, they be like, hey, do you want, I always say, yeah, like, oh, do you want your receipt? Yeah. Yes, let me put that in my pocket. I need that. So that's demonstrating who was teacher-student relationship. Going back to what I was telling you earlier about the pattern that you noticed, that when I formed these brotherly bonds, you see these brothers be at the apex in terms of how well they teach and what the science and the research and, how devoted they are to the craft. And then when we part, the level of research and teaching drops off. There's a reason, right? If it just happens once, then you can't really tell who was the inspiration to the other. But if you see it time and time again, EnQi and KT, EnQi and Polite, EnQi and this one, EnQi and that one, EnQi and Ali, and you see the same pattern. EnQi and then goes, it don't even matter who it is or what the you see where the info is coming from.
You don't need to get caught up in the rapture of back and forth and personality worship to see. It literally says sell water in parentheses. There's oh, nigga. So here's the thing though. Because I was a member of his organization, you know what I'm saying? That's where he can manipulate people with the idea of teacher-student relationship, which is partially true. This is the true definition of tricknology is when you use the truth to create the lie, or you use the truth as a Trojan horse to smuggle in the lie, right? So because you were head of organization, organizationally, you have a certain status that as members, we're supposed to respect, but that doesn't mean that you're superior to me intellectually in my chosen field of study. No, this is a skill set that I'm bringing to the organization with me, and to the people that's around me. I'm gonna lift niggas up, including you, because I'm gonna make sure that if you standing next to me, when you start spitting that, when you start talking that talk, I'm gonna need you to sound like you standing next to Dr. EnQi talking that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah. I'm more substance than worried about the packaging. I'm more about the substance than the packaging. You know what I'm saying? I'm more about the substance than the packaging. You know what I'm saying? Like, packaging we could figure out. Other folks is like, man, these people don't know the difference. To hell with the substance. Just make sure the packaging looks really good. You know what I'm saying? And so we have to have these type of moments. We have to have these moments, right? This is a classic video right here. We have to have these moments where we go back in time and we can analyze and be, wow, okay. So I can see how exactly what EnQi was teaching then has grown, changed to what he's teaching right now. Like, it's a strong resemblance and consistency there. Some things get, learn better. We do better. We say better. We teach better. We lead better, right? But, there's a certain level of consistency. Look at that right there. That's so crazy to be sitting right there like that. Oh, my goodness. And the audacity to try to use my material in a paper to debate me. Bro, this right here is literally why he has been running. Because he knows that it don't matter what kind of debate we're going to have. When we get up on that stage, on the live stream, or wherever we meet, I would have been whooping his behind, old-fashioned style, like back in the 50s when they give you an ass whooping with a tree branch that they just freshly broke off a tree. That tree branch would have been this paper. I'd have been chasing him in circles, tearing his ass up on that stage. Oh my God. He was smart though. He dodged. He was very intelligent to dodge this. Right. But anyway, crystallized carbon structures, both of which attenuate, absorb, and refract solar radiation, causing the visible appearance of hue. This is a process that can be measured, viewed, and substantiated in vivo. It's called getting a tan. Like, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of scientific fluff mixed in with the jargon too, because this is basically fluff to say, the process of a tan. Like, this is what I'm saying. Over explaining. Like, this is crazy. Anyway, it stands in opposition to laboratory theories and experiments on spores. See, watch it now. He's introducing his language. Okay, so he's introducing spores into the conversation. Now, we right here, just in case you make sure you can see this here. You see where we at? Yeah, he's introducing spores in. So watch now.
He done lathered you up, your black pride and your militant shit. You know, he done activated you. Oh yeah, the white man doesn't know about the Africoid. You know, he done activated you. Now watch how he work this on you. It stands in opposition to laboratory theories and experiments on spores to determine human production of melanin. Huh? Let me rewind that. It stands in opposition to laboratory theories and experiments on spores to determine human production of melanin. What the? What? 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 What What? Why you? Bro. Listen, if you already sent me a Cash App, I appreciate it, but you need to send me another Cash App. Listen, this video right here is so good. You need to send me 2 Cash Apps of any amount, whatever the amount is. You just need to send it twice. You need to send another Cash App. This is what I'm saying, man. This is another level, man. This is another level. It's hard to get to this level, man. Seriously.
My name is Minister EnQi. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin Verse Diabetes Ministry. Every time you go to the supermarket without the electrician grocery shopping list, it's like putting a loaded gun to your head. Stop playing Russian roulette with your life. Help us make America great again. Learn how to save time. Learn how to save money with the electrician grocery shopping list on Amazon now. Go to Amazon now. The life you save may be your own.
You look great, by the way, too. You're in shape.
I appreciate you was getting fat for a minute.
I know it's just falling off me, man. I don't know what it is. It's just falling off me. I ain't doing nothing special. I think it's them herbs he be giving my man's right here.
Herbs?
What's the herbs?
I don't think you pronounce the H, by the way.
Herbs?
No, you do.
No, they herbs. What's that stuff you be giving me?
Come on over here to the mic, polo sweater, man.
Tell him.
Ralph Lauren.
It's them herbs he got, man. You need some of them herbs, man.
What is herbs?
What are you his nutritionist?
Yeah. I'm the nutritionist for the team.
Okay. We're doing the 40-day. Well, my daughter's doing it, because I don't eat it anyway. No bread, no pasta, no bread, no pasta. What else?
EnQi, I gotta say this to you. You are the face now of the health and nutrition. You are the most qualified brother to speak on health and nutrition. It is you, and you better make the best of it, brother.
My name is Minister EnQi. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin Verse Diabetes Ministry.
Got the screen on me. Let me show you how I really flex, Si. This is how I really flex. Look at this. You see this, Si? This is how I really flex. This is flexing, right? This is flexing, right? And this is just in this last year. All these books right here is on Amazon. I wrote. Not just read. I wrote. That's flexing. But what I'm saying is, in every cell of the body, you have water structure in itself to become the gel that your cells are composed of.
That's the algorithm.
Telling you, man, this is why he been running from me with this paper for so long, because it just goes from bad, starting at the top of the paper with this thing here, AMA, that's crazy right there. Fuck around and get a RICO, right? Then this science here is super insane. It demonstrates he has no idea what black means science-wise or genetically, which is why, it's funny, because throughout this whole Kamala Harris, Donald Trump conversation, the black thing. And Judge Joe Brown and Jabari and Sai and all these people, everybody's in on the debate. And I keep saying, hold on, before we keep going further and further into the debate, we need to establish a group understanding of what it means to be Black, because some people feel like it is strictly a matter of having melanin. So a Black person can be from anywhere on earth. If you got melanin, you're a Black person, right? By those standards, Kamala's a Black person. Some people feel like it's a cultural thing. You had to grow up in the hood of America, you know, to be a Black person. So by that definition, you don't even have to actually have melanin, but just be in the hood. Like you could be a Puerto Rican, even white folks, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like, yo, this is my nigga right here. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, we Black, you know what I'm saying? You know, we came through the same struggle, you know, so now it's cultural trauma that serves as the, you know, and then there's variations, melanated people who have been through the struggle, or melanated people who are conscious. So maybe they feel like if you're not conscious, you're not Black because you're not on to the Egyptian, Olmec. Like, so there's just, when you start talking to people about what they mean by what they're saying, you'll see that even people who seem like they agree on the surface disagree when you get beneath the surface of what they're saying, or maybe the context of what they're saying will give them away that they really disagree in, because they don't. So I keep asking everybody, like, yo, we need to come to a conclusion on what Black means, because I just asked Sa said it's a state of mind. So now you got a state of mind added in with growing up in a certain environment versus genetics versus, you know, and then some people in the space of genetics, they get into the conversation like Africa. If you got a drop of white blood, they used to say you're white. And then you go into European places, they say if you got a drop of Black blood, you Black. So it's so many variations on those conversations that the only way to really have an effective, and then on the other side, outside of Kamala's identity, you have the other side where people are like, listen, Black or white doesn't really matter. It just matters culturally. So we know that we're voting for a political candidate that has our issues in mind, right? So we need a candidate that's going to hold it down for the Black community. I'm like, not so fast. In order to get a candidate that we're going to charge with being, you know, responsible to the Black community, we still need to define Black community. We still have to define Black community, right? So sometimes people can hide behind ambiguous terms and lose people, and, you know, like, yeah, be able to cut right through the fluff and see on how many levels this paper just falls so flat on its face. I mean, it started to get, and I know some of y'all that's watching this, y'all was following me reading, and all the way up to the part right here where it says spores. In your mind, you had some reasonable doubt that you was reserving for Ali, probably even after I showed you how he went right into my book and appropriated research for himself while calling himself my teacher, right? Direct quotes from out of my books without my, you know, but right up until about here, I know is where you're like, uh-oh, wait a minute. Hold on now, Ali. I was trying to, you know, I know it. I know you was holding out in your mind some reasonable doubt. Like, no. So far, I think, Ali, okay. Use that as your road, you know, like your landmark on your roadmap, you know what I'm saying, where things went wrong at right there. That was probably where the nasty turn was like irretrievable. Like there's no way for you to find your way back to the right way again. Now you're on the wrong side of the tracks forever now. It's a wrap. At the next red light, you better run the red light or they getting ready to carjack you. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's go back. Okay, so the faulty diagnostics that have been applied to human production of melanin as facts caused widespread confusion about the production of this substance, which the top Euro scientists admit is unknown.
attempt to clone and synthesize synthetic eumelanin are a part of large projects of medical institutions. Our work is to simplify this discussion and add facts to denounce the amino acid. In parentheses, you see what that is right there, right? Tyrosine, origins of melanin. So if you're not confused and you need yet another landmark to mark the moment that he was like gone for good, like you can't come back, right here. We can just put that right here. We can move that landmark right on up from spores to denounce, right? He wants to denounce an amino acid. Let me tell you something. I honestly, if you read my books, I got typos left and right, but so that ain't it. You know what I'm saying? If it's research driven, your book, then I don't feel like you could judge it off of typos, right? If it's a book where you like Gone with the Wind or some shit, you know what I'm saying? Then that's grammar and all that. You got to judge that with the novel, and because you're selling a fictional story that's meaningless without that, you know what I'm saying? Like, but so I don't judge that, but I struggled. I really struggled with this here because I know this is not a typo. This is a part of his philosophy. Because I can't say that he's anthropomorphizing tyrosine, because it's not like he's turning tyrosine into. It's not like, first of all, tyrosine is like some unseen force that he's trying to give hands, arms, and legs, or a human persona to make it more understandable. Like, he's trying to make an amino acid into like a bacteria or fungus. Like, he's trying to turn a single amino acid into a living creature. And so I'm just like, even when people are saying they want to see me debate him about it, initially, this is back 2011, maybe. I'm confused. I'm like, why would you want to see me? Huh? Doesn't everyone already know this is, wait, y'all want to see us debate this? Like, we don't already all know this? We don't know that amino acid is not a fungus? Like, tyrosine is not a fungus? Like, we don't know. We need to see two brothers debate for 3 hours on whether an amino acid is a fungus. Why would, who, like, how? In my mind, I couldn't fathom it. The only thing I could come to myself and say to resolve the issue is that the people are so far beneath the learning curve to understand what we're arguing about. Like I said, they're irretrievably stuck packaging and personality worship. They don't understand the substance, because otherwise this is over before it starts. There's no way that a single amino acid is a fungus. There's no way that a single amino acid is a bacteria. Now, if you want to search the Guinness Book of World Records or some old crazy shit and find that there might be a virus out there that is composed of only one single repeating amino acid, I could stretch my mind to believe that might exist, even though I seriously doubt it. But there is no such thing as a single amino acid, let alone the nitrogenous base of the amino acid being a fungus. Like I'm like, that's like a DJ killing it, and it's just this nigga that can't dance bumping the fucking DJ table right at the chorus. Like, bro, what are you doing? Not only is you scratching the music, you're scratching my records, bro. What are you doing? But you messing up the whole party. The chorus is the part where everybody know the words. Everybody sing the chorus. What are you doing, my guy? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's like that. That's how crazy and outstanding of a blunder. Like, this is craziness. A generic definition for melanin proposed by allopathic physicians is melanin is a natural substance that gives color to hair, skin, and the iris of the eye. It is produced by cells in the skin called melanocytes. Melanin helps protect the skin from the sun. This paper presents two diverging views. Okay, so let me stop right here before I even go any further. So again, not only is he denouncing tyrosine with this paper, but he is debunking this definition right here. He's debunking that melanin is a natural substance that gives color to the hair skin. He's debunking this. Like, how Sway are you debunk? Like, what are we doing, bro? This is what, like, come on, man. This is what happens. And then I give these guys a little swag, a little drip, a little personality, and they try to stun on me. Like, bro, you was out here looking like a whole bozo. Okay, you know what? I apologize for that. That was beneath me. That was my bad. I just had to blow up some steam real quick. I'm sorry. Sorry. No disrespect, Ali. The Aboriginal Medical Association proposes that only the Africoid-based body can produce melanin via the Africoid's body ability to attenuate force field energy from both spatial dark energy, solar radiation, Earth magnetic field force, and oxygen lineal inheritance. Nutrition from fruits in the form of water, minerals, and glucose. Finally, a damn period. Bro. The word salad, bro. Yo, now this is the thing. The psychology behind, like, misleading is taking advantage of people's vulnerabilities, and nothing does it like stupidity. People never want to seem stupid in public. This is the story of the emperor's, naked, new clothes. This is like, because it's a big effect of the emperor's new clothes, where Ali think he came out with a dope scientific paper, but it's all like, it's killing him. It's the worst thing he ever wrote. Right. So he is the emperor with the new clothes when he's, walking down the street, whatever. But then each person that believes in Ali or follows Ali, that got the paper and read the paper and thought that the paper was good, also became now the emperor's new clothes. Because you got to remember, we study so we could share. So we'll learn something in one place and share it at our house, at our job, at our school, wherever we at. So now you become the emperor's clothes when you go out and present this info to other folks, like, yo, this is info right here, because the spatial radiation, the spatial dark energy is attenuating my melanin force. Oh, Jesus. Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Oh, my goodness. Hold on. Got to have a breather. Oh, my goodness. Listen. Hold on. This is what I'm saying. His spatial dark energy was attenuating his melanin force. See, the problem is that people like that kind of stuff, because in America, the average person has a 4th or 5th grade reading level. If you got a 4th or 5th grade reading level, guess what? It is not possible for you to have beyond a 4th or 5th grade science literacy level, right? Your reading level is going to be within a grade or two of your scientific literacy level. So if you don't understand regular 4, 5, and 6 letter words, you don't venture into these other vocabularies. So it's not that you can't understand the words, it's just that you haven't studied the stuff to expose yourself and get the familiarity you need so that when you're in the space communicating, it converts instantaneously and you don't have to judge a personality. You don't let a nigga tell you, look at this shit here. What the fuck is this? Look at this here. What happened right here? Wait, where we go? Look here. Look here. The Africoid-based body can produce melanin. What is happening right here? What is going on right here? To attenuate the force field energy from the spatial dark energy? What just happened right there? What just happened right there? And how do you see? Listen, let me let y'all understand something. There's different levels to reading. Let me also communicate. There's different levels to reading. This is why I'm saying y'all got to support reading as a whole by buying the books. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got to get with the study, man. Listen. There's a difference to reading a novel, right? Listen to this. When you read stories, right? Because the art of the Grio is different than the storyteller in this one thing. The Grio is teaching you. So the Grio is stringing together riddles in the form of a story so that each cliffhanger they leave you on in terms of the information leads you to stimulate you to think, to figure out something. So that's how you're learning, and you have continued learning from, using certain types of storytelling as a mnemonic device. But that's different than just telling a plain old story. Because if you're just telling a plain old story, it's just a surface level story, it's totally different. When you're studying science, you got to really be like reading. You cannot let a nigga get a whole sentence away. Like you cannot let there's no way in the middle of a paper. You cannot allow this to happen. Africoid-based body can produce melanin via the Africoid's body ability to attenuate force field energy from both spatial dark energy and solar radiation, earth magnetic force field, and oxygen lineal inheritance, nutrition from fruits in the form of water, minerals, and glucose. Bruh. What? Yo, I don't know how long. I don't know if my maturity level will. I don't know if I'll ever be mature enough to get it. Maybe I just will never be able to handle this responsibly, because there's a level of idiocracy that exists that goes beyond the silver screen, like movie. Like this is like a real thing, like where people let me digress. The production initiates via the L-body magnetic force fields of the natural people of the planet and attenuates into the into the dense cellular structure of the body via neuroendocrine charge compression. So let me start all over since I botched that. I thought that was actually one word. This production initiates via the L-body magnetic force fields of the natural people of the planet and attenuates into the dense cellular structure of the body via neuroendocrine charge compression of solar energy and water attenuation. I should have never showed these niggas a Dan Winters video, bro. It's certain stuff that just comes back to bite me in the butt, bro. Ali never heard of Ali nor Polite ever heard of Dan Winters before I showed them a Dan Winters video. From there, it blew their mind too much too soon. They wasn't ready. They lost their shit. Alimuhammad, he never knew of Arnold Ehret. I was the one to share the Arnold Eric book with him. But I shared the Arnold Eric book with him, like, yo, here's further studies on the Sabi shit, you know what I'm saying? Because his older rendition, you know, woo-woo. He grabbed the book from me and 48 hours later had a Dr. Sabi exposed lecture ready to go. I know where Dr. Sabi stole his lecture from. I'm like, those ain't Rolex diamonds. What the you done to that? I'm like, yo, that ain't how I didn't give you that to do that. Like, what are you doing, bro? Like, and this is why, as a teacher, you learn more stuff going along, responsibility, because you can't really control what your students do with what you give them after you give it to them. So I didn't intend on him to run around and say he's exposing Sabi for stealing Arnold Eric's information. I was showing him that as a basis of more research, and he went and flipped it and did some other, you know, but babies. Right? But this is crazy. This is all crazy, right? So anyway, the Aboriginal Medical Association proposes that the current physiological models advanced by European scientists and institutions for production of melanin are not applicable to the natural and original processes. I feel like when I'm reading Ali paper here, I feel like he had the earliest version of like Grammarly or one of them AI joints where he just like type in a little word salad and then let the AI like hook him up with as much as big words as possible. Like, what the fuck? Like, I win it already. Like, nigga, what are you talking about? Like, what are you saying, man? But honestly, man, these word salads, I watch Polite do it. And I used to critique him roughly on it all the time, and people just said I was hating. I'm like, bro, you cannot do that. Maybe with history and religion, but you can't do that with science, bro. You gotta relax. The self-taught thing has a limit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it needs guidance at some points, man. You got to get some guidance, or it should start getting crazy like this. The Aboriginal Medical Association proposes that the current physiological models advanced by European scientists and institutions for production of melanin are not applicable to the natural and original processes. The biosynthesis of said melanin proposed by medical models initiated by Europeans and their descendants presents a biosynthesis of melanin that is actually a production of cellular fermentation of varying degrees in damaged melanocytes, melanosomes, and peptides and amino acids that are not regular components of the light attenuating melanin polymers found in natural human specimens of Africoid origin on the natural non-DNA fruitarian diet. Jesus Christ. This is what I'm saying, bro. Look at this. All these words up here, this ain't even the whole sentence. Listen to this shit here. All these words right here, and this ain't even the whole sentence. You see what I'm saying? This is crazy shit right here. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? What the hell is this? This is not even the whole sentence. I mean, Jesus Christ, what the hell is this? How long is a sentence? Look at this shit here. The biosynthesis, the sentence start here. What kind of shit is, what the hell is this? Look at this shit here. Okay, this is the Cat Williams. This shit right here. This shit right here. This shit right here. Look at this right here. The biosynthesis of said melanin proposed by medical models initiated by Europeans and their descendants presents a biosynthesis of melanin that is actually a production of cellular fermentation of varying degrees in damaged melanocytes, melanosomes, peptides, and amino acids that are not regular components of the light attenuating melanin polymers found in natural human specimens of Africoid origin on the natural non-DNA fruitarian diet. Bro. Okay, let me just do this the quick way.
if this huge goddamn sentence doesn't just force you to tap out and figure, because see, here's what happens when you don't understand and you read something like this. Again, you go to personality, and personality really is anchored. Listen to this. Personality is anchored by other people's responses to a person. That's why reputation and introductions are so important in the world of business, because even if you don't understand what this guy is saying, if you rock with me and I say I trust him, then that means even if you don't understand him, if you rock with me, you should rock with him, because I'm telling you, I rock with him. Right? So that's what people kind of got to do. And the problem is nobody knows inside the room, whether it's 50 people in there, 100 people or 500, nobody knows that everybody is pretending to understand that Ali is dropping some deep science, except for like the handful of people that might be like me, or maybe they work in a school, or they in real medical school or medical practice somewhere. And that might be, if we do a whole lecture and it's 150 people in there, it might be 5 or 6 of us on the level. The rest of the room, they charged up. All you got to do is add a little anti-white vocabulary to the science. It's a wrap. You got the room. You got the room. Mix a little of that alien 12th dimension shit in. You might as well pass the hat around at that moment, because that's going. The moment you manage to get the 12th dimension and the pineal gland shit mixes in with the anti-white melanin, once you jackpot, that's when you're in Las Vegas, you hit the jackpot, the money starts exploding out the machine. Yeah, that's because if you just come with the real science, what happens is the white folks get angry with you, the black folks definitely get angry with you because you ain't co-signing the bullshit, and then everybody's just angry with you. So you just wind up with no friends, because nobody likes the truth. Everybody likes some sort of lie or truth-ish kind of thing, mostly, you know. But damn it, you were supposed to be able to look at this whole word salad and stop right here. Amino acids that are not regular components of the light attenuating melanin polymers. When I tell you, listen, if Johnny Cochran, listen to this shit here. If Johnny Cochran was alive, right? If Johnny Cochran was alive and Johnny Cochran had to use this paper one way or another in court, it's safe to say that this is the chunk of words that Johnny Cochran may have used. This is that moment right here. Like, this is that if the glove don't fit, you must, like, this is that moment. Like, if we go right from here, right? And let's say we was to streamline all the way down. Now, we're not. I mean, we're going to take a quick peek. Well, if we streamline all the way down here. Look at this here. Look at this here. Look at what he put as the diet. This is why we had to put the George Best stuff up. Look at this here. Look at this here. Did you see this crazy shit here? Okay, hold on. Articles on the virulence of tyrosine are many. Here is one such article to substantiate the viral nature of tyrosine kinases. So now again, he takes advantage of your ignorance, because he knows that 99 people out of every 100 that's listening to us on these channels is not going to know the difference between tyrosine and tyrosine kinase. Now, for a person that does know, now here's where it's this huge gap of, like, it's a huge gap of gray area. And the people on the top is a small few, handful, 5, 6. People at the bottom is a whole lot. The people in the middle is way even more. The knowledge gap, right? So the people that know, they know, like, Bro, kinase? Wait, you mean an enzyme? You mean like a whole family of enzymes, nigga? Wait, you confused a family of working enzymes for a single amino acid in a source paper reference? Wait. Like, yo, that's what I'm saying. Like, every step of the way reading this paper, this is why he been running all this time. Like, he been scared that I had this, because I've been telling him, like, when I show you the video in a second, I'll show it back because we got some new people. I'll show you again. alimuhammad getting booed and running off the stage. And then we'll come back and go through more of the paper. Don't worry. We're not rushing. We're going to get through the work. You know what I'm saying? But we got to make sure we accommodate for new people that's just joining us. But I said there on the stage, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I'm telling you everything that I'm saying documented. Even on the stage in the live video 10 years ago, I'm telling them, like, yo, you don't want to debate. You're running from the debate because you don't want me to pull out that paper you wrote where you was talking about tyrosine as a fungus. And he said, it is. I mean, wait, not exactly, but you got him. You got him. I mean, God damn it. He ain't little Woody. He ain't little Woody, damn it. He ain't going to be able to say, I do not recall. Ask alimuhammad any shit. I do not recall. That's what he's the original little Woody. He's been doing this little Woody shits for 10 years. I do not recall. EnQi is lying. He's hating on me. He's making these things up. He's clout chasing. And I keep telling the nigga every time we bump heads, you know, hey, you know, there's such a thing as a digital footprint, brother. You know, the things that I'm saying. See, you have to make this a dirt fight. You got to go dirt underneath the belt, talk about me, my family, personal. No, I'm talking about the science. The information you're teaching is crazy, and I can't stand by that. And I have receipts on all of the crazy shit that you're denying to the people, telling them I'm lying, making this stuff up. Like, bro, I got your post still. I got your papers still. I got what you said, man. Come clean, tap out. Tell people after all these years, Dr. EnQi, you know what? I did run from Dr. EnQi. He was right. I ran from Dr. EnQi because he was right. And I didn't know how to accept it. I didn't know how to accept it. My ego wouldn't let me be big enough to acknowledge Dr. EnQi as my superior and say that he was correct. Right? That's a problem in the community. Real problem in the community. That's a real problem in the community. I'm telling you, bro. Listen. Yo, hold on. No. For you a while. Listen. This is the bro. It's so. I mean, he got that. It's like he got that old school black storytelling, and he wants to keep mixing that with science. And it's so effective at getting people to be like emotionally driven and magnetized to what he's saying. But it's just like when you try to examine it, it's no substance. And after he passed his paper around a little bit, oh my God, it was so glaringly obvious that people who had invested time and money had fell on their face. Because that's the other part. People have to constantly fall on their face. Like over the years, let me tell y'all some real shit. Over the years, right? Here's what happens. Because again, I'm the guy that be foaming at the mouth with the gold teeth from the Bronx. So every time I partner up with somebody, all of the good things that come out of that partnership, they always accredit to the other guy. This is how it goes every time, right? I don't get any credit. Like, I don't even get half the credit. I get zero credit. The other guy was all the good stuff, and I was the bad stuff of the duo, right? And so what happens is people get polarized, and have to make a choice between this and that. And then when they make their choice, well, you know what? If I got to choose between KT and EnQi, I'm going to roll with KT. And then, it's like EnQi's hating right up into the point where they like, okay, so now pull out the honey. And look, I want you to hold your eye open and drizzle the honey into your eye. This is how you stop blindness. Right at that moment, that's one of the moments where you got to know, you got to hear me in the back of your mind, like, my nigga, I told you this is good. Like when Bobby Hemmett was like, yo, I'm gonna sell these angel checks. Like all the lecture when Bobby Hemmett teaching, you like, oh, Bobby Hemmett killing it, EnQi hating, yo, y'all bugging, yo, EnQi hating, yo, this is fire. He dropping it. And then he get right to the end, like, yo, I got the angel checks. You gotta hear me in the back of your mind, like, I told you the scam was coming. Niggas about to hit you with the tap water. I told you the tap water was coming. Tap water, the biggest scam on earth. I told you the tap water was coming. I'm telling you, man, this is what it is right here. This is crazy. This is crazy. Defining principles. So, like, this is yo, listen, we could spend 2-3 hours just debunking this sentence because every part of it is crazy. Said melanin, right? Said melanin. So there he's challenging that the melanin that is in the scientific journals even exist, right? So he's saying biosynthesis of said melanin proposed by medical models, initiated by Europeans and their descendants. So not only is he saying, so now he's borrowing from Dr. Sebi. So listen, remember I told y'all in one of them videos, I was going off on one of my rants. I said, listen, I know this shit so good because I live it. Not only can I go through and tell you which parts of information they stealing from my shit, but I can tell you where they stealing other people's shit too. This right here is Dr. Sebi shit Ali was stealing. This is a part of Dr. Sebi's explanation of why melanin doesn't exist. Right here. And he don't reference Dr. Sebi here either. So he was grabbing nigga shit, remixing. It's all good. Right? But anyway, right? So this is wrong, right? By Europeans and their descendants. Not only is it wrong, but also it says that your ancestors, brown and black people, had no actual real scientific concept of what melanin is and still do not. So the world is waiting for alimuhammad to deliver it to us. So there's a whole lot, like I said in this sentence, that we can unpack. It's really crazy. The arrogance level and how stupid he thinks that you are at home, that you won't catch any of this shit. This is why I'm saying, after he got his first round of responses, he really just was hoping that this paper would go away. But, you know, this is how I've been like the invisible bully, like the gooch disappeared, vamoose, they whacked at me. Take that research back to the factory. I see the gimmicks in your whack lyrics. I see the gimmicks in your whack research. Please forget it. They mad because my style you're admiring. Don't be mad. Anybody's hiring. Shout out to my guy DA in the building, right? Okay. Defining principles. In order to approach the subject, we must first define the essential terms of organism anatomy and physiology that allow for differentiation in the AMA model. Oh my goodness. Lions, tigers, and bears. Oh my. The classification is a new method and is not advanced in the current Euro-controlled model. The indigenous model differentiates two types of organisms: phototropic and heterotropic. Phototropic organisms are those who synthesize solar radiation as the most viable form of biological energy processing that stimulates and activates all other processes of energy production, physiological processes, and construction of anatomy. These organisms are solar symbiotic and range from plants to animals to humans. In these organisms, it is the solar radiation that induces melanin production, not nitrogenous-based amines like tyrosine. Oh my God. Okay, this is earth-shattering, groundbreaking. Like, this is never seen before stupid. Respectfully, this is high-level stupid. Like, this is why I'm saying, listen, you got to start now. Go get the generational health book series so you can start going over like basic chemistry and science concepts with your kids. Like literally right here, what's behind me? Look, look. Teach them babies, right? Family chemistry. Go get this series right here, right? Go get this book series right here. Get the whole book series. Open up some conversations with your family, with the babies. Do not allow friends, don't allow friends to drive drunk. And damn it, family should not allow family to walk stupid. Listen, friends don't allow friends to drive drunk. Damn it, I'm going to write this down. Did y'all hear what I just said? Family don't allow family to walk stupid. Hey, listen. Did y'all hear what I just said? Friends don't allow friends to drive drunk, and family don't allow family to walk stupid now. How, Sway? Okay, so let me give you some clarity. So the nitrogenous ammonia-based amines like tyrosine. So he's talking about an amino acid. So what this shows now, just in case you're still in the dark, what this shows now is even a basic lack of understanding of chemistry, right? So he's not understanding the concept in chemistry of a substrate, a reactant, an initiator. He's not understanding what a chemical reaction is. This sentence right here highlights that he doesn't know. Like, that's what I'm saying. The further you read into this paper, the more this shit gets. This is what he's been running from this moment that he's getting right now, even though this is on my YouTube page and it's a small page, and he's been running from this very moment for a very long time. A very long time. The better part of 15 years. Because you see, even in the moment when we on stage, and that's almost 10 years ago, I'm telling him at that moment that I got the paper and I could body you at any moment with this paper, brother. You got to relax when you speak my name. Like when you say Dr. EnQi, make sure you talk about me with respect, because at any moment I could just hit you with the, the whack 100. I could give you the academics. Like I could, what was my man, the Sandman at the Apollo? I could just come out, jump on stage and Sandman your ass off the stage like at any moment, because I got like this paper that shows and proves that you have no idea of what you're talking about on any level. It's not that you're incorrect about CMOS or you're incorrect about this or that or some minute nuanced detail. You don't know what you're talking about, and you have been making shit up for eons now. Like you've just been on a roll, making shit up, adding mythology to scientific concepts, not to science, to scientific concepts to make up your own dream universe. Starting with the Aboriginal Medical Association, like that's something that only exists in your mind, right? So I'm just saying, like, all of these things is just so crazy, right? But that's what I'm saying. Like, he has to understand the solar radiation. Like, instead of just saying light or sun, you know what I'm saying? Like the solar radiation, right? Like the sun is the only source of light that stimulates melanin production. Like, I'm just saying, it's just so many different levels, but this is so elementary. You know what I'm saying? Like, so elementary and beneath me. Like, this is crazy. But so induces melanin production, not nitrogen. Like, this is crazy. The solar radiation has to have something that it acts on. Okay? The solar radiation has to have something that it acts on. So the solar radiation
is a part of the chemical reaction that's going to lead to the conversion of some type of substrate into something else. So it's like the magic, you know what I'm saying? Like it's the magic trick. So the sun, just give you two examples real quick. The sun hits the body, and in one sense, right, you have tyrosine in a series, and tyrosine is not even the only part of, you know, like it's not the only thing in the melanin molecule. I don't know where people like, but anyway, sunlight and tyrosine are a part of the series of biochemical reactions, which results in different types of neuromelanin, different types of pheomelanin, different types of eumelanin, right? In another sense, cholesterol, right? Cholesterol that's in your skin, when the cholesterol absorbs the sun, right? That initiates a series of biochemical reactions, which results in your body now producing vitamin D, right? But you don't create a ridiculous conversation and say the sun is creating the vitamin D and the virulent fungal cholesterol is a degraded, mutated form. Like, what are you talking? Like, what the like, bro? This is so crazy to constantly infuse, because he's got to infuse this with some sort of monster white man story as well, is infused in the backdrop of this. So that's why some of this stuff has to go real fringe, because he's also got to work in some of these monkey stories that he's got going on with the volcano explosion and all that. All that goes to listen, if you didn't see it for yourself, you would not believe it. My name is Minister EnQi. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin vs. Diabetes Ministry. Every time you go to the supermarket without the electrician grocery shopping list, it's like putting a loaded gun to your head. Stop playing Russian roulette with your life. Help us make America great again. Learn how to save time. Learn how to save money with the electrician grocery shopping list on Amazon now. Go to Amazon now. The life you save may be your own.
Evolution of life is this. There never was a virus, there never was anything that could be transferred that was harmful to us until we had the first earth cataclysms that caused plants, animals, and people to evolve. They became nitrogenous, and nitrogen is the basis of every virus on the planet. So horizontal gene transfer cannot be at all dangerous to us unless there's a nitrogenous-based gene that is ensuing inside of our body, which says that the magnetic field of our body will be depreciated.
Yo, this shit is so crazy. Oh my goodness. Now let's listen to some of this gobble. Let's listen to some of this live shit here. This is crazy. Listen to this here.
There never was a virus, there never was anything that could be transferred that was harmful to us until we had the first earth cataclysms that caused plants, animals, and people to evolve. They became nitrogenous, and nitrogen is the basis of every virus.
What scientific material he got this from? What scientific? Where he get this from? One volcano erupted. And so because this volcano erupted, the eruption of this volcano gave birth to nitrogen in our environment. And not only did this one volcano cataclysm, the cataclysm he talking about is one volcano violently erupting, and the smoke from this volcano erupting clouded out the whole sun of the earth. So there was no sun on Earth for years and years and years, according to this theory. And because of that, that created nitrogen on Earth. And stuck inside this dark, smoky nitrogen volcano explosion Earth, everybody's body became infested with this fungus nitrogen stuff, because nitrogen is not an atom. Nitrogen is fungus. It's really hard for me to hold it together. If you at home thinking, you know, EnQi, you need to get yourself together and you just so damn petty and you just really need to grow up. Trust me, I'm thinking the same thing, but it's really hard. I just want to say that it's really difficult. Yo, this is like watching Cat Williams at his best, or Eddie Murphy, Richard Pryor. Like, this is like the funniest stuff. You know, I guess this is the thing that makes this my thing. Is that early on I had such a grasp of science that I could enjoy it, where people that didn't have a strong grasp of it, they couldn't enjoy it the way I do, you know, even still now, you know. But this is crazy, bro. So you got to keep all this in mind. So it's not that there were single cell organisms and genes and germs. That's why I'm saying this even goes against Elijah Muhammad and with all science. Like, he's out on such a limb with this. I'm saying there's no school of thought that backs this up, not even a little. Don't think that, oh yeah, Elijah Muhammad or the 5%ers, you know, with Yaqub and no. Don't do that to Elijah. Do not violate Father Allah. This shit that he talking, this is not Dr. Nobody did this. Is Ali Muhammad's information. This Lake Manitoba block the sun monkey, you know, I ain't even gonna say it's his, because I seen the videos he grabbed, you know, I ain't even gonna go further, but he introduced it to the community. I'll leave it there. You know what I'm saying? But no, this is not, no, it's not even close to real. Like, this is nuts. And this is where sometimes, like, I lose my patience with the people, because I'm like, yo, how y'all let this? Okay, everyone, we need to stop doing all this other shit, and we need to get back to the books. Stop all this different greens and which fruit is the hybrid and which one is the original. You niggas is healthy as hell, but you dumb as bricks. Like, we need to dial it back on the vegan. Listen, I'm gonna need a few of those $8 juices to turn into $2 bottles of water and put that $6 on some books. We're gonna need to work on this book budget. We got to build this book budget up. We can't let the community of scholars look like idiots, or the followers of the community of scholars look like idiots, because then the scholars look like idiots. So either way, we got to get back to actual scholarship, because this shit here is crazy.
Life is this. There never was a virus. There never was anything that could be transferred that was harmful to us until we had the first earth cataclysms that caused plants, animals, and people to evolve. They became nitrogenous, and nitrogen is the basis of every virus on the planet.
Oh man, hold up. I forgot to add the best detail to this. Damn, I left out the best detail. Hold on. Here's the best detail. This is where it gets crazy. You know, so you know how me and a lot of the guys, we were having this debate, still kind of certain little pockets, they pop up from time to time. You know, we having this like God versus the atheist debate, which is intertwined with evolution and creationism, right? So for views and clicks, this nigga tries to stand out from everybody with his own theory. So it's the theory of us coming from monkeys and this is and that, and us standing alone, right? That he come up with his own theory. The Ali remix is the people was here first, right? There was only black people on Earth. And then the volcano erupted
and the smoke clouded the sky and blocked out the sun. So this turned the black people into white people. And then when they was still in the smoke for years and decades with no sun, this is crazy because you got to wonder what was they eating. But anyway, they were still in darkness with no atmosphere, no sunlight could get through the penetration of the clouds, right? Because this is how he tries to remix triple stage darkness. Anyway, now the white people that used to be black turn into the apes, the monkeys. So this is Ali's version of the story. So this is why some people from back in that time period, they like, yo, EnQi, I remember when you and Ali was going against the Amun-Ra squad on the theory of evolution. And I'm like, yeah, nah, that's not exactly what the reality was. It was always me going against Ali, Polite, the Amun-Ra squad, me going against everyone because I believe in the power of reading. These niggas believe in the vanity of they believe in taking advantage of people's naivety and, giving more emotional grasp and free range to add color to scientific facts in the same way you would do with exaggerating a historical story. But I keep telling people like, no, that's not dangerous. Doing that with science is dangerous. You can't fancifully just coast through, spots where you don't know what you're talking about and make up shit, sprinkle it in there like Pixie does and keep on moving. Like we cannot do that. So you got to remember all this is, so if you're still wondering, going back, how long we've been live? 4 hours, 4.5 hours? Okay. 4.5 hours, going back to that same question, right? From the distance, like Jay-Z said, I don't argue who's people from the distance can't tell who's who. From the distance, it looked like Ali and EnQi was debating on the same frequency against other folks, when really Ali and EnQi don't agree. So there's no possible way for him to be even my teacher in that space because we don't agree on these concepts. We don't agree that Black people originated on Earth by themselves. And then because a volcano erupted, the Black people turned into white people. And because they couldn't get their sun back, which was what their religions turned into, trying to find a way to get the sun to come back. So this is the origin of solar worship, right? These white people now that used to be Black turn into monkeys, right? And so somehow the atmosphere opened back up, and then the monkeys, check this shit out. And then the monkeys eventually turn back into white people who turn back into Black people and repopulate the planet. I can't make this shit up. If I didn't have receipts, I would not believe me either. If I did not have receipts, I wouldn't believe me either. Listen, this shit is crazy. I'm like, this nigga Ali, he trying to filibuster. He trying to be a little bit on my side and say, oh yeah, I disagree with Amun-Ra squad. But then he trying to be damn near a little bit on Amun-Ra squad side and say, oh yeah, but wait a minute. The monkeys do turn into the white man that does turn into Black folks. So yeah, nah, y'all not totally incorrect. Y'all just misinformed. I'm like, hold up, wait, what did this nigga just say? Black people turned into white people who turned into monkeys, who turned into gorillas, who turned into apes, who turned into white people, who turned back into Black people. And you people want me to debate this nigga about that? That's like, is a cheeseburger a can of oil? Like, what do we do? Like, I just don't even understand. Like, in my mind, all this time, I just been so confused. Like, what could be the challenge? What am I missing here? And it just was the obvious. The people have no idea what the fuck's going on. So you can easily just sleight of hand. Oh, tyrosine kinases, like as if they're in the same ballpark. The difference between tyrosine and a tyrosine kinase is like one person compared to a Super Bowl stadium full of people. Like, what are you doing, bro? Like, there's such a huge, like, what are you doing? Like that. See how long it's even taken me by myself to lay out all this foolishness?
I couldn't do this in no order. You know, maybe this is how it's supposed to be anyway, because I couldn't do this in 5 minutes, 5 minutes. Then I got 10 minutes. He got 10 minutes. Then we close in for 5 minutes, and then we Q&A. Like, there's no way I could lay out all this crazy shit in 20 minutes. This is insanity.
Long period of time or a short period of time. Our position on horizontal gene transfer and the evolution of life is this. There never was a virus, there never was anything that could be transferred that was harmful to us until we had the first earth cataclysms that caused plants, animals, and people to evolve. They became nitrogenous, and nitrogen is the basis of every virus on the planet. So horizontal gene transfer cannot be at all dangerous to us unless there's a nitrogenous-based gene that is ensuing inside of our body, which says that the magnetic field of our body will be depreciated. All right. Yo, Minister EnQi, come on over here. I want to know where Minister EnQi. You call me, what's my name? You call me when the first day up here, Mr. What? G? No, he says that. I'm getting more conscious. He says, we got Minister EnQi in the building, and when EnQi first got up, EnQi opened up. And when EnQi opened up, I told him, don't take no shots at nobody. Am I right, man? All right, he didn't take no shots. I stopped him in his tracks. He took a little one, that's when I stopped him. But he was already gone. I said, damn, it's too late to pull that shit back. It's love. It's all love. It's intellectual strong. So, do you have any disagreements in what the brother was saying?
Oh, I have quite a few. I can pull up that paper that he wrote and show you how he's manipulating the difference between tyramine and tyrosine. See, tyramine is a fermented form of tyrosine. So he wants to supplant that now to put a band-aid on the fact that he tells you tyrosine, the precursor to melanin, is a fungus.
It's not a fungus, but it is toxic to the body, and we are walking with it in our body now. Yes, it's toxic.
So, when you hear that, I need you to, even if you're not so.
Yo, he really like had to grab the mic and interrupt to break it down. Like, yeah, I'm doubling down on this. Tyrosine is toxic to the body, and we're walking around with this stuff in us. You know, tyrosine. Life on this planet, there was no such thing as viruses or anything toxic before the first cataclysm, which was a volcano explosion. Okay. And it wasn't until after that nitrogenous explosion from the volcano that nitrogen was in the Earth atmosphere. And so how did bacteria and single cell, how did algae form? How did algae form without nitrogen? Wait, how could the environment to support the early life on Earth have How ringwoodite is a specific type of crystal that Earth is formed from. Listen, I single-handedly destroyed the whole Amun-Ra squad. It was a group of researchers, if you don't know, if you didn't go back that far. It was a group of researchers. They used to talk gobbledygook, like this stuff Ali talking. And, you know, quality control, you know, I used to go back and forth with these guys. I destroyed them with the same thing that I destroy Ali with. Okay. When you get the scientific method, right,
or when you just first start trying to understand research and science in general, you know, you have basic two types of research. You got quantitative, qualitative, you know, and if you use both or a little of each, you know, you got mixed methods, which is some, you know, degree of a little of each. That's your basic types of research. That's how you would go about studying a thing, right? Or you would read other people's studies, but it's going to come down. That's the basic. When you get how studies is done and the thing that makes them valid or invalid, the thing that validates or invalidates a study in science. I'm not saying this is my opinion, I agree with this or whatever the case may be. I'm just telling you how it goes in science. The results of your study or your experiment have to be duplicatable and reproducible. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. My name is Minister EnQi. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin Verse Diabetes Ministry. Every time you go to the supermarket without the electrician grocery shopping list, it's like putting a loaded gun to your head. Stop playing Russian roulette with your life. Help us make America great again. Learn how to save time. Learn how to save money with the electrician grocery shopping list on Amazon now. Go to Amazon now. The life you save may be your own.
Oh, I know what I'm supposed to do. I know what I'm supposed to do. Good, good thing I have my grocery shopping list. Don't leave home without it.
So when I asked them with their atheist rooted ideology for creation, can they demonstrate any reproducibility, any duplication? No, that's why it's never got out of theory stage. When you listen to the Ali story sounds even more crazy and more ridiculous. Nothing could be further from the truth than the stuff alimuhammad comes up with, right? Black people was the first people on earth. And because a volcano erupted, those black people turned into white people. And then those white people turned into monkeys, who then turned into apes, then gorillas, and then back into white people, and then back into black people. No. No. It was like when you talk to a baby. No. You don't stick your finger wet in the electric socket.
Until we had the first earth cataclysms that caused plants, animals, and people to evolve. They became nitrogenous, and nitrogen is the basis of every virus on the planet. So horizontal gene transfer cannot be at all dangerous to us unless there's a nitrogenous-based gene that is ensuing inside of our body, which says that the magnetic field of our body will be depreciated. All right. Yo, Minister EnQi, come on over here. I want to know Minister EnQi. You called me, what's my name? You called me the first day up here, Mr. What? No, say it again. I'm giving you a consciousness.
We got Minister EnQi in the building, and when EnQi first got up, EnQi opened up. And when EnQi opened up, I told him, don't take no shots at nobody. Am I right, man? All right, he didn't take no shots. I stopped him in his tracks. He took a little one, that's when I stopped him. But he was already gone. I said, damn, it's too late to pull that shit back. It's love. It's all love. It's intellectual story. So, do you have any disagreements in what the brother was saying?
Oh, I have quite a few.
I can pull up that paper that he wrote and show you how he's manipulating the difference between tyramine and tyrosine. See, tyramine is a fermented form of tyrosine. So he wants to supplant that now to put a band-aid on the fact that he tells you tyrosine, the precursor to melanin, is a fungus.
It is. It's not a fungus, but it is toxic to the body, and we are walking with it in our body now. Yes, it's toxic.
So, when you hear that, I need you to, even if you're not so scientifically inclined, understand that the daughter or the son is of the parent. So when he tells you that tyrosine is toxic to the body, however, that's what creates melanocytes, melanin, right, which separates us from the rest, and then he gives you a presentation on God being black, and you stand up and clap, you have to ask yourself, also, it's not a fungus now. Nope. Right? It's not a fungus. Then you have to ask him, wait a minute. Then you have to ask him, wait a minute. Hold on. Then you have to also ask him, right? You have to also ask him, hey,
About the 6 month, are you going to deal with that challenge?
Mr. EnQi challenged me to a debate?
Yeah, with the 6 month fast.
That's funny.
You and
Mr. EnQi, are you watching, brother? My brother, listen. Let me say something. Let me give you a history about myself. I only entertain debating anybody to invest morality into the debates. Now, I invested information into the debates, right? Y'all saw me. I debated Polite, all these other people. But I see the problem. I know what the problem is. The problem is some of you have never had attention before. I didn't grow up like that. I had my father, my grandfather. You know what I mean? I had a family. I grew up down south. And it doesn't mean I don't have deficiencies. It just means that I'm just labeling that because I know when people have
Peace to the family. This is Abdul Ali, candidate for U.S. House District 12 here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Let's just be real, folks. The Democrats have destroyed our major cities. Their policies have made us less safe. They've given us less economic opportunity, and they've provided less educational opportunities for our children. And that's why I'm running for Congress, because I know what it takes to improve these issues. I've got great working relationships already in D.C. I've spent the last 10 years of my life building my political resume so
that's the algorithm.
Genes over a long period of time or a short period of time. Our position on horizontal gene transfer and the evolution of life is this. There never was a virus, there never was anything that could be transferred that was harmful to us until we had the first earth cataclysms that caused plants, animals, and people to evolve. They became nitrogenous, and nitrogen is the basis of every virus on the planet. So horizontal gene transfer cannot be at all dangerous to us unless there's a nitrogenous-based gene that is ensuing inside of our body, which says that the magnetic field of our body will be depreciated.
All right. Yo, Minister EnQi, come on over here. I want to win that. Minister EnQi, you call me, what's my name? You call me the first day up here, Mr. What?
No, say it again.
I'm carrying your consciousness. Got the screen on me. Let me show you how I really flex. Now, this is how I really flex. Look at this. You see this? Don't take no shots. This is how I really flex. This is flexing, right? This is flexing, right? And this is just in this last year. All these books right here is on Amazon. I wrote. Not just read. I wrote. That's flexing. But what I'm saying is, in every cell of the body, you have water structure.
Chief, I'm a bunny child, head mother in charge I'm the head mother in charge at Border Mother Earth in the Girls Society and Chief Food Scientist at the Drop Squad Kitchen. I agree with alimuhammad. This is a very important conversation, especially because of the work that I do with females. One of the top problems that females have in this country is health. So I'm really, really happy that y'all are here and supporting this project.
Good evening, I'm Keisha Harris. I was the only patient in the film. I speak with people all the time in reference to mental health, physical health, weight loss, proper nutrition. I learned a lot through my own personal journey, and I share it with any person that will listen. Thank you.
Please excuse my voice, solid inside, director of film, South Connected, South Debunking. Also, holistic practitioner, as well as vegan discourse. Glad to be here, glad to serve. Coach Chief Sarak, the executive producer of the film and the writer of the book, Urban Kryptonite. I don't have any titles, I'm just a guy from the east side of Detroit. It's just giving some information to the people, and hopefully you accept it and you go forth and you apply this knowledge. That's what we're doing, is to give you the information so that you can apply it, not just go and sit home. But by the way, to let you guys know, there is 2 hours more of the film. So the film will be coming out around July 10th. We're working on getting all that stuff together. And it's 4 hours. You just saw a little piece of it. So we go in on some major topics that probably got a little more cuts and all that kind of stuff on it that you can watch at home. So you see how Tahuti and Latina Africa is doing, you ain't seen that until you take it home. So let me pass it back to Brother Diallo, and we can get started. Thank you.
All right, my first question is for Brother Chiefs. At the beginning of the film, we saw you playing basketball. We know your documented history of being an athlete for 14 years, playing over 40 plus countries. What made you retire from basketball and start writing health books about the decline of our people as it pertains to
Peace to the family. This is Abdul Ali, candidate for U.S. House District 12 here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Let's just be real, folks. The Democrats have destroyed our major cities. Their policies have made us less safe, they've given us less economic opportunity, and they've provided less educational opportunities for our children. And that's why I'm running for Congress, because I know what it takes to improve these issues. I've got great working relationships already in D.C. I've spent the last 10 years of my life building my political resume so that one of us, somebody who thinks like we do, could get into D.C. and make a difference. I want you to visit aliforcongress.com to find out more about my campaign. The Democrats have already done enough, and now they're putting illegal aliens in front of people like you and me, folks whose ancestors built this country and made it what it is today.
Yeah, you was getting fat for a minute.
I know it's just falling off me, man. I don't know what it is. It's just falling off me. I ain't doing nothing special. I think it's them herbs he be giving my man's right here.
Herbs?
What's the
I don't
herbs?
think you pronounced the H, by the way.
Herbs?
No, you
No, they herbs. What's that stuff you be giving me?
Come on over here to the mic, polo sweater man.
Tell him.
Ralph Lauren.
It's them herbs he got, man. Y'all, you need to do some of them herbs, man.
What is herbs?
What are you his nutritionist?
Yeah. I'm the nutritionist for the team.
We're doing the 40-day, well, my daughter's doing it, because I don't eat it anyway. No bread, no pasta, no bread, no pasta. What else?
EnQi, I gotta say this to you. You are the face now of the health and nutrition. You are the most qualified brother to speak on health and nutrition. It is you, and you better make the best of it, brother.
My name is Minister EnQi. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin vs. Diabetes Ministry.
missing? What am I missing? Oh, I know what I'm supposed to do. I know what I'm supposed to do. Yeah.
Good thing I have my grocery shopping list. Don't leave home without it.
Empress in the few of the sisters was talking about health and eating 40 days of fasting. And he came up saying he wrote books on 40 days of fasting. He created some one of them he created. And they
the 40-day fruit fast. Is that's the one he was talking about?
I don't know. They shot the nigga.
Your science shaky. You need to read Dr. EnQi books.
.com.
Get them herbs, man.
Can I say, what's the book you brought with you? Actually, this is a book that I wrote, translating some of the hieroglyphs. So you trying? Look, you know Dr. Sebi. Y'all got him. He's a new Dr. Sebi. Yeah, no, he got some stuff. You study Dr. Sebi. I know, I can tell.
Yeah, with the family. I wrote this textbook.
Finna be a lecture.
This textbook, yeah. So
Go ahead, do it. Where you write textbooks out here? Even my from,
textbook. Well, I'm from the Bronx, but I live in the D now, of course, with the, it's Detroit in the
You went from the Bronx to Detroit.
Bronx to Detroit. On 58th Street.
You was trying to keep it hood.
My name is Minister EnQi. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin vs. Diabetes Ministry. Every time you go to the supermarket without the electrician grocery shopping list, it's like putting a loaded gun to your head. Stop playing Russian roulette with your life.
.com. Can I say, what's the book you brought with you? Actually, this is a book that I wrote, translating some of the hieroglyphs. So you trying? Look, you know Dr. Sebi. Y'all got him. He's a new Dr. Sebi. Yeah, no, he got some stuff. You study Dr. Sebi. I know, I can tell.
Yeah, with the family. I wrote this textbook.
Finna be a lecture.
This textbook, yeah. So
Go ahead, do it. Where you write textbooks out here? Even my from,
textbook. Well, I'm from the Bronx, but I live in the D now, of course, with the, it's Detroit in the
You went from the Bronx to Detroit.
Bronx to Detroit. On 58th Street.
You was trying to keep it hood. Go nowhere else.
It's not hood enough. I need to go to
Detroit with it.
It's cold out there.
When did you start getting into the herbs?
Honestly, you gotta talk to the mic, my brother.
The herbs.
My daughter had got run over by a car. She was 4 years old. I'm gonna make the story super short. She was 4 years old, and they said she would never walk again. Her neck was broken and her back was broken in 3 places of spine. And I kind of took over where the doctors couldn't fill in. The accident happened August 28th. I had her back walking again, maybe that March. And so from there, everybody just flocked to me, including the doctors, to try to figure out what it was that I was doing, because I wouldn't let them feed her. I had stopped them from taking so much blood, and they were asking me questions.
Get that inflammation out her body, get the hydration in there.
Get the acid out, allow the peripherals to hydrate properly.
You're like this. Got stuff about cell function.
Oh no, that's the whole gambit right there. You go from diabetes.
Cell health is the key.
Everything.
Your cell, not your cell phone.
Yeah.
The cells in your body is the key. What's your name, man?
Dr. EnQi.
Oh, you are Dr. EnQi.
Yes.
Of the above, EnQi's.
EnQi'sDetox.com.
EnQi'sDetox.com. You're the EnQi.
Yeah.
Wow, that's exciting. I didn't know I knew Dr. Sebi.
Well, it's complicated. I don't want to speak on it because it's a lot going on around it, but I mean, from what the public knows, it's obvious to see what was going on. You can't keep a man that age.
The medical industry was not having.
Not only the medical industry, but a lot of what he represented was power. You know what I'm saying? To free people's minds also and get people to start to think in a different direction. And once you start to question
Peace and blessings out there to everybody. My name is Dr. EnQi, the founder of the Melanin vs. Diabetes movement and ministry. Our goal is to fight diabetes by creating a biochemically literate society. One book at a time, one person at a time, one household at a time. Join us now by going to Amazon.com and getting all of the books, that you can afford
That's the algorithm.
The evolution of life is this. There never was a virus, there never was anything that could be transferred that was harmful to us until we had the first earth cataclysms that caused plants, animals, and people to evolve. They became nitrogenous, and nitrogen is the basis of every virus on the planet. So horizontal gene transfer cannot be at all dangerous to us unless there's a nitrogenous-based gene that is ensuing inside of our body, which says that the magnetic field of our body will be depreciated. So, all right. Yo, Minister EnQi, come on over here. Minister EnQi, you called me, what's my name? You called me when the first day up here, Mr. What? No, say it again. I'm carrying no consciousness. Oh, he says, no, we got Minister EnQi in the building, and when EnQi first got up, EnQi opened up. And when EnQi opened up, I told him, don't take no shots at nobody. Am I right, man? All right, he didn't take no shots. I stopped him in his tracks. He took a little one, that's when I stopped him. But he was already gone. I said, damn, it's too late to pull that shit down. It's love. It's all love. Intellectual strong. So, do you have any disagreements with what the brother was saying?
Oh, I have quite a few. I can pull up that paper that he wrote and show you how he's manipulating the difference between tyramine and tyrosine. See, tyramine is a fermented form of tyrosine. So he wants to supplant that now to put a Band-Aid on the fact that he tells you tyrosine, the precursor to melanin, is a fungus. It is. It's not a fungus, but it is toxic to the body, and we are walking with it in our body now. Yes, it's toxic. So, when you hear that, I need you to, even if you're not so scientifically inclined, understand that the daughter or the son is of the parent. So when he tells you that tyrosine is toxic to the body, however, that's what creates melanocytes, melanin, right, which separates us from the rest, and then he gives you a presentation on God being black, and you stand up and clap, you have to ask yourself, also, it's not a fungus now. Nope. Right? It's not a fungus, then you have to ask him, wait a minute, then you have to ask him, wait a minute, hold on. Then you have to also ask him, right? You have to also ask him, man, you're a man, right? You also have to ask him when he went into this Lake Togo. In fact, we can all pull out our smartphones and Google. There was no damage for the Lake Togo thing outside of a 5 to 10 mile radius. You can pull up Lake Togo debunked. Time Magazine, National Geographic have all done studies because they found the fossils from the area where people were still working at that time. Yeah. Then you have to show precedent. We've had plenty of volcanic explosions. No, you can't. You had the time. We had plenty of volcanic explosions.
Now, nobody who presented got cross-critiqued after that presentation. We set up Monday. Let me show you the conspiracy against Allah. We set up Monday to have an open We set up Monday for open forum to question each speaker. So all of you who saw it could go home, do your research, and come ask all of us the hard questions. No nigga up here got cross-critique because it is a goddamn conspiracy against the Muslims. All right, I can answer every question. All right, this is what I'm talking about. Look, hold on, how you do that, sir? Hold on. How many are you? Do that, sir. Hold on. How many are you? Would like to see this debate go down with these two brothers.
And I'm live in the question in front of you saying I will do it. Yo, he's switched up again. Let him prove it. Because I got all the screenshots that he said he gonna do it. I got a screenshot. I got a screenshot that he said to eat any food with seed in it is abortion. I got the screenshot that he said to eat the skin of a fruit with the color in it is toxic to the body. So how can he teach a room full of colored people to eat colored food is poisonous to your body? They'll answer that question. Here we go. How many of y'all want to see this go down? I don't know. Let me say something. That was meant to be something. If we're going to do something like this, we do it when you let the person know what's going to happen, and you don't just speak it right hook, because everybody else is not out there. I'll be able to make it. Turn it up, and we appreciate it. I'm gonna be done. So all my brothers and sisters out here. Come on, respect. I know you won't have to say this, it's okay, but they invited me. Yeah, you're doing your thing, let me say all I'm saying is, okay, Mom. Okay, Mom, come on. You know what? She's right. All I'm saying is that we can do it better. We before the people. Yeah, I curse, I swore. I'm sorry to my babies out there, but I come with charisma. I come from a place where we talk like that. If I
You look great, by the way, too. You're in shape.
Yeah, you was getting fat for a minute.
I know it's just falling off me, man. I don't know what it is. It's just falling off me. I ain't doing nothing special. I think it's them herbs he be giving my man's right here. Herbs? What's the herbs?
I don't think you pronounced the H, by the way.
Herbs? No, you do. No, that's the right way. No, they herbs. What's that stuff you be giving me?
Come on over here to the mic, polo sweater man.
Tell him.
Ralph Lauren.
It's them herbs he got, man. Y'all, you need some of them herbs, man.
What is herbs?
What are you his nutritionist?
Yeah. I'm the nutritionist for the team.
Okay. We're doing the 40-day. Well, my daughter's doing it, because I don't eat it anyway. No bread, no pasta, no bread, no pasta. What else?
EnQi, I gotta say this to you. You are the face now of the health and nutrition. You are the most qualified brother to speak on health and nutrition. It is you, and you better make the best of it, brother.
My name is Minister EnQi. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin vs. Diabetes Ministry. Sorry about that. I had so many damn screens open just now. Yeah, I had so many screens open. All right, so we still got work to do. Listen, I don't know if I'm going to get through this all because we've been going for 5 hours and we still ain't finished debunking this paper. There's so much foolishness in it. It's plenty to go around. There's plenty in this foolishness to go around here. Really, it is really like crazy. Right? Okay, so where are we at? Heterotropic organisms are those which are anti-solar and have their genesis in post-cataclysmic Earth events which block out sunlight on various parts of the earth and were accompanied by magnetic shifts, volcanic eruptions of sulfur, and loss of vegetation and water for nutrition. These organisms cannot proliferate in UVB sunlight. When interfacing with this frequency of light, the matrices of the organism are forced into cellular mitosis. Okay, so right here is where so much moosing is going on that even he runs out of words and has to use this type of nomenclature right here, which is really like you just filling in a space of gobbledygook. Light the matrices of the organism. When interfacing with this frequency of light, the matrices of the organism. Yeah, I swear to God. See, this is what I'm saying. Like these things braid these little foolish, crazy little splotches where he doesn't know what he's saying, but he fills it in with something. It's all throughout this stuff. Forced into mitosis, which he also has there is cloning, that's not. Cellular carcinoma, cellular necrosis, and cellular apoptosis. These organisms are not natural to the earth and most often live most proficiently in post-cataclysmic non-UVB and unnatural environments above latitude 23.5 degrees north or south of the equator, underground in high nitrogenous soils, and in oceans which are post-cataclysmic planetary crevices. Okay, so here is something else that may be missing from the conversation, right? I did a series of videos in Black and Nobel called, I think it was called like Virusology or Virus 101 or something like that. And anyway, I was talking about, viruses and bacteria and, gram negative, gram positive, and DNA virus, RNA virus, and just all of these different things. And trying to give people the basic understanding that, hey, you have DNA and RNA inside you. So don't think that, like DNA and RNA is like a foreign thing to the human body. It's just that DNA and RNA carries genetic programming. And when genetic programming from a foreign organism comes into your body, there's a chance that that new genetic programming can destroy cells or worse, reverse programming and kill pretty quickly, right? So, but you got to understand that this is genetic material, right? Genetic material is the seed for all life. So you cannot, not with a sane mind, create an idea where there's no genetic material on Earth until after a cataclysm, but there is life forms. So there are people, there are monkeys, there are bacteria, there are fish, there's everything on Earth, but there's no genetic material. Then there's a volcanic explosion, and then all of a sudden, nitrogenous-based genes were inserted all around the globe. I just really hope you guys go and buy the 40-Day Fruit Fast book. It's filled with very, very rich science and information, like informative. It's not this crazy volcano monkeying around. Like these guys monkey around with this information. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like this is wild, bro. The current Africoid population outside of the equatorial belt and subjected to indigenous food sources area, major part of this short study's focus and utility as an educational study on experimental phase of dietary changes that may increase melanin production and overall health. Yo, I feel like he's taking sentences from like copying and pasting. I feel like these are multiple sentences that he's gluing into one sentence. Because there's no way, like, bro, what are you doing? And I'm telling you, my grammar's terrible. I got run-on sentences like nobody's business, but this is something different. Like, these are not run-on sentences. These are like monster Godzilla size. What are you doing? Like, why are you putting all these words? This is crazy. Anyway, this group has been subjected to the theories on anatomy and physiology provided by European genetic groups to their detriment. It is the position. Now, see, that's a sentence right there that might pull you in, right? There's some truth to that, right? That's going to pull you in. This group has been subjected to theories of anatomy and physiology provided by European genetic groups to their detriment. The problem with that sentence is, the problem with this sentence is that you will understand this sentence. In the middle of all this gobbledygook, you're going to perfectly understand this sentence. And when you understand this sentence, naturally, you're going to extrapolate what you gather from this sentence as context information for the rest of what you're reading. And because you agree with this, you're going to agree with everything else that you don't understand. You're just going to go along. And it's these types of things that are the pet peeves. Anyway, it is the position of the Aboriginal Medical Association that due to toxic diets and environments, the Africoid environment refugees, anatomies and physiologies have been and are being compromised in regard to melanin production and overall health. This process of production of health melanin would naturally be sustained via phototrophic environments and nutritionally availability of wild fruit. Right. So this is another sentence parsed in here that you would, it sound like this should be about right. This sound like that's about right. Right. The damaged melanotropic peptide of these groups are now being chemosynthetically induced, and the end product is not to be termed melanin or eumelanin. Now watch it. He's getting ready to make another. This is one of the big ones. This got, listen, this right here. Oh, I think this is the big one. Fred Sanford. I think this is the biggest heart attack. Listen, this is the big one right here. Okay, now look. He says, what's happening today, right? This is in us, right? In our bodies, right? He's saying that the damaged melanotropic peptide of these groups are now being chemosynthetically induced. And the end product is not to be termed melanin or eumelanin. So again, this is this fungal virus sick idea of melanin. That's why I keep telling you this nigga's the black KKK. I just couldn't understand how in the black militant movement, all these guys is teaching this white supremacy. This nigga Ali darker than me. Where did you get this from? Like, what is happening to you, brother? I just can't understand it. And see, things like this help me grow out of certain racial paradigms and concepts. You should be like, yo, this guy darker than me, and he got stronger racist concepts than any racist white man I've ever met, and he's dead serious. That has to bring the walls of racism down. Like you just can't. Like after you listen to this shit from Ali, when he scientifically explained how the thing that makes you black is a fungus or a virus, and that because you haven't been eating the wild fruit from off of his fruit list, right? The wild fruit as prescribed by Dr. Ali Muhammad, your melanin can no longer, the thing that makes you dark can no longer be qualified as actual melanin and is actually a fungus now. So it used to be melanin before tyrosine was in it, when it was just pure carbon. I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. This is beneath, are you smarter than a fifth grader? This like, are you smarter than a second grader? The nigga said the real melanin is made out of pure carbon. I said, wait a minute, bro. This going beyond, like, do you know how to read? Do you know how to read? Do you know that pure carbon means that, well, yeah, it's just that. It's just pure carbon. So a carbon atom wouldn't be classified as anything but a carbon atom. And a carbon atom is not classified as an organism either, just in case you were still confused about how dumb this damn paper is from Mr. I made up my own medical association to issue myself a doctorate degree. So literally the AMA that he's certified by is the Aboriginal Medical Association. Now, people can argue all day the credibility of the program or the school that I went to become certified, whatever the case may be. But like millions, billions of other people around the world, we go to school, get certifications. So it's not Harvard, cool, but I'm proud of the school I went to. But it's not the same as me making up something and saying, okay, this is the Board of EnQi Medical Association. And our first act of the Board of EnQi Medical Association is to certify that EnQi is actually qualified to run the Board of EnQi Association. Get the fuck, I said, man, this shit is crazy. This is like grown-up cosplay. This is insane. This is what are we doing right now? But it's like a double layer to it because the people are pretending, but they're pretending to not be pretending. I'm like, what the? I'm like, wait, what the? Wait. So everyone's pretending that this stuff is real, but they're also pretending that they're not pretending. Oh. Okay. So the consciousness of what was left over from the real, the real movements, Marcus Garvey, Noble Drew Ali, when he was alive and recently after he passed, not what's going on right now with the Moors, the NOI, the real version, before Scientology, like all these real original, even you might add the Muslim version of what Dr. York was doing. I think that was his most positive, impactful time period. You measure Dr. York's success in the community, you got to figure out what he was teaching at the time, because after the man from Riz, it got real goofy and he had ran out of major religions. So then he started mixing shit together, like the Islamic, Hebrew, like he would start to make up his own religions. And then he made up like 3 or 4 of his own religions. And then from there, he just took niggas off the planet and was like, well, listen, like I told y'all, man, from Riz, we really from Riz, and here's the Rizkian language. So learn this language. And it was at that point where I just stopped buying those books, reading those books, stop associating with the guys. I was like, okay. I had drawn the line in the stand, man, from Risk, but I was still sociable. Like if you were still doing it and I wasn't, it's like a cigarette. Even if you smoke cigarettes, I'm cool. Go ahead and smoke your cigarette. If you're reading Dr. York shit, I gotta do your thing. I'm good though. Because anything that gets an illiterate group of people to start reading and critically thinking is good. Almost anything. You know what I'm saying? So for that motivation and that alone, you have to big up what Dr. York was doing in his early days. But the crime's unforgivable, so it doesn't, outweigh what eventually would be his demise. Is just looking back you see where there's a change from an emphasis to teach them babies to an emphasis between make this money. See, even the Puff Daddy shit slipped into the consciousness where it was about making this money. And so the measurement is the money. It's not the measurement, it's not the impact. The measurement is not how many lives you touch, how many people you change. The measurement is just the money. So you put out some teachings, all right, cool. How much money you made with that shit? You got any cars? You got any fat booty chicks? What you did with it? How your house look? Like that became the measurement of the teacher, as opposed to that being the measurement of a corporate businessman or the measurement of a drug dealer, because in those businesses, it's just all about how much money you make. So the money you make is the measure of your impact. But in the spiritual place, in the holistic place, in the healing center, your philosophy is about how it impacts and changes lives. You can't necessarily measure that by a dollar amount, especially not while you're alive. You know what I'm saying? Like, because we know the largest impact of your work starts the day after you die, right? When you're no longer around to push your ideas, and your ideas have to stand on their own ground. You know what I'm saying? We'll see how the world remembers you. You know what I'm saying? Like when that happens, then you know how valuable you was. If the world don't need you, the world won't feed you. So what type of legacy you leading? If the world don't need you, the world won't feed you. So what type of legacy you leaving for the people? Show love. Even if they don't reciprocate beyond emotion, I take the love with the hate. It's the love that make a old goon a new tune. Don't try to grow too soon. See you next blue moon. Dot. Cause if you knew the song and it was in your mind playing while I was singing it, I appreciate you. If you didn't, you should send me a third Cash App. And if I ask for Cash Apps like 3 or 4 times and you ain't send me the first Cash App and you don't know the lyrics, I'm going to just say, like, you should stub your toe mad hard, or your tire should just be totally, like, I'm just kidding. I know you could if you would. Go listen to that Dr. EnQi album, though. That's what you need to, like, you know, you really, because it's so much of this foolishness. And the brother starts stalking me and try to put out music. Oh, my God. Anyway, so Black people are not made out of melanin or pigment anymore, right? It is a fungus. And it's, you know, this is determined by this guy here. Aboriginal Medical Association terms the end product pigment mold. Okay, so now he then came with another one. You gotta look at me again, right? So here he then switched it out again. So he's got this interchange between bad words. See, this is what I'm trying to show y'all. This is juvenile, illiterate ignorance dressed up as if this is high-scale scholarship. This is juvenile ignorance dressed up as high-scale scholarship, right? Juvenile ignorance dressed as high-scale scholarship, right? Because, first of all, mold, fungus, yeast, bacteria, viruses are not all the same thing. Okay, so let's just start, just for the people way in the back. Listen, spores, mold, fungus, yeast, bacteria, and viruses are not, I repeat, are not all the same thing, right? So because they're not all the same, right? Like a basketball is not the same as a sneaker, is not the same as a light stand, which is not the same as a chair or a green screen or a window seal. Like, so because these things are all different and they cannot be used interchangeably amongst themselves, they definitely cannot be used interchangeably to describe something else. Get it? See how simple that is?
So because fungus is not the same as yeast, bacteria, viruses, spores, mold, you can't use them interchangeably for each other, nor can you say on the first page that melanin is a virulent, right? So that means it's a virus, it's a part of a virus, you know, it's somewhere in the virus universe, right? And then come back and now it's a spore, and then somewhere else in another page, you're going to call it fungal. Another page, you're going to refer to as bacterial. And then, you know, we got you on stage on the live. Oh, no, it's toxic. You know, like all these quote unquote health trend bad words. This is, I can't lay this out no clearer for how you get taken advantage of on these health platforms. This is the opposite of the trendy stuff. So when I'm telling you, people know the buzzword, structured water, alkaline, melanin, pH. When they know these words, these are the words that get you to go, yeah, yes, yes, yes. Like it used to be this sales tactic where they get you to say yes like 7 times, and that means you're ready to buy or something crazy. But it's also a no thing. They can do that the opposite, the reverse. And that's what you got going on here, right? Because he keeps referencing various scientific terms that we think is bad words. And he keeps doing this word association with tyrosine and melanin, right? What you're really seeing is a psychotic meltdown in public through the lens of somebody's written anguish and trauma. So what you're really looking at was Ali's pain, and you're listening to his self-hate, but scientifically described. So you could tell that he self-treated his mental condition and came to the conclusion that, you know, he feels however he feels about blackness. It's a disease, it's a sickness, you know, it's a sin, it's a curse. He feels however he feels about blackness because of whatever. And now he's spending his life doing the research to validate, okay, well, yeah, tyrosine, virus, this is gobbledygook. This is word soup. It can't be a spore on page 1, a fungus on page 2, a virus on page 3, a bacteria on page 4. This is madness, bro. The Aboriginal Medical Association terms the end product pigment mold or compromised melanin for those not on indigenous dietary systems, as they are compromised by having excess protein attached to the precursors of melanin. Excess proteins. Pay attention. And in parentheses, he has the precursors. Wait, so excess proteins. So proteins are fully formed amino acid chains. He doesn't know that one of those chains is going to be tyrosine. And this is so bad. That's what I'm saying. He ran literally over 10 years. He might not even respond to this video because he don't want this to get no louder than it get. Like if this just on my page, he'll feel cool. But if he respond to it, then his people gonna start watching it. He might not want to. Yeah, he might just want to let this happen. Like this might not be something he even want to respond to because it's so bad. It only gets worse the longer we read. Right? The longer we read, it only gets worse. Pigment mold is a hydrophobic end product of the chemosynthetic production of a genesis of pigment via amine groups. So again, for the smart folks, right? He added another bad word just now to his bad word association game. So now he done threw in hydrophobic. So if you done listen to any structured water stuff or hint, hint, wink, wink, I showed you where he stole his water. You know, he done stole the water out the cellular water book. So now if you're aware of the structured water conversation, you go, oh yeah, hydrophobic. You know, that doesn't help the water structure. That goes against the, so that's technically, if you're a surface level person with it, it's a bad word. It's another bad word, right? So pigment mold, and this pigment mold, again, he's referring to your melanin, what makes you black. Okay, if you're not eating his list of wild fruits, what he's saying is that you as a black or brown person are made out of mold. I need you to understand that this nigga thinks that humans can be made out of mold. I need you to understand that he thinks that. I need you to get this. I need you to get somebody that he loves. I think it was his mom's. I'm going to be honest. And I mean zero disrespect by mentioning his mom's, because sometimes you just mention somebody, people take that as disrespect. But his mom's, I think, from what I know, was a very serious and very well-respected academic. And as somebody proud of this, you know, if his mom was around and alive at the time, like my dad is not around and alive at the time, you know what I'm saying? But so I have books that I'm very proud of that if he was here, I'd be happy to show him like, yo, I wrote this. If his mom was still alive at the time, I think he would have shown her this paper, and she might have been the perfect person to basically tell him, like, bro, yank that down. Hope like hell people forget that you wrote that. Like streak buck neck, like get yourself caught on camera running through the streets buck naked. Like do something crazy, like make people forget about because the ego's so crazy. I don't think he would have listened to any one of his contemporaries or any of his brothers. Been like, yo, that's wild. You gotta like, no, not which thing in the paper. The whole paper is wild. Like you got to get rid of that. Like that's terrible. I think she's probably the only person that he would have respected intellectually as well as respected just them as a person. So his ego, when it came in, she might have been able to tell him, like, bro, this ain't it. This ain't it. Because I'm telling you, we was going back and forth one time on a live stream, and I went to going in like, yo, I'm telling you, I'm going on this paper. He backed down. And then I noticed a pattern. Every time I bring up this paper, he run. So I'm like, okay, let me go back to this paper and really just double down a little bit on my full understanding. Let me expound on the primary premise, the nature of the primary premises in this paper here, so I can, you know what I'm saying? Let me make sure I got this boy number, you know what I'm saying? Like how Toronto Raptors, like it was a given. The Vegas, like the odds, the bookies, they knew it. We don't care what that roster looked like. They're not beating Bron. They're not coming out of the East Coast. The Toronto is never coming out of the East Coast. Bron got them. It don't matter how many all-stars you put on that team. Bron lead the East Coast, and you figure something out. You know what I'm saying? But listen. This paper got so many blunders of his, like, such humongous significance when you think of his posture as a teacher of science in the community. And like, bro, you don't even know what pure carbon means. You don't know what a pigment. Okay. So for the people in the back, once again, because I know all my people are already buying the books, right? I know y'all already buying the books. Y'all already got the electrician manuals. Y'all already read all the info from Melanin versus Diabetes, the book 1 till now. I know y'all caught up. So I know y'all know damn well it's impossible for melanin as a pigment to be pure carbon, right? It's not exactly possible, right? I mean, hypothetically, you could posit anything. Hypothetically, you could posit anything. And if you look at the benzene ring itself, you got the repeating carbon units, right? But if you're talking about having a molecule capable of transferring light to a digital signal or sound to a digital signal, and it takes a lot more than just carbon to be able to do that. But carbon is a very integral part of that equation. Carbon is magic. I'm not taking nothing off the table away from carbon. So don't exaggerate my words and get it twisted. Oh, EnQi said carbon ain't shit. Relax. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that carbon is not pigment. Carbon by itself is not pigment. We gotta relax. We either oversimplify science or we over mystify it, and then we turn it into something that's not science. That's why a lot of this gobbledygook is not reproducible. Ask alimuhammad, where do you have evidence that people are turning back into monkeys? Where do you have evidence that monkeys are still turning into people? Like, where do you have this shit is crazy. And if I ask, I see you, champ. If I ask for you to provide me with proof that people are turning into monkeys and monkeys turning into people still, it seems like I'm the one being facetious. I'm the one being petty. I'm the one asking something ridiculous. Like, come on, EnQi. Like, wait, what do you mean? This is science. This is his theory. He the one said that black people turned into white people, who turned into monkeys, who turned into gorillas, who turned into apes, who turned into white people, who turned back into black people. What you want me to do? How you want me to? I can't do it, because that is not science. That's some exciting shit that Ali does. I'm not gonna lie. That is an exciting thing that he does, because Ali could be considered. So Ali could be considered the last of the dying breed. I would be considered the first of the new generation. Probably should timestamp that. I might have to find this clip. Yeah, I might have to find this clip. Because I think that might be a good way also to really understand some of the differences fundamentally between me and Ali. You know what I'm saying? Because Ali would be considered the last of that line of Phil Valentine, Delbert Blair. He was teaching then. That's the one thing that I would always have to give him respect for. He was early. He was the youngest guy teaching on a known. He was the youngest guy with a name back then that was popping, like really dropping some solid, quote unquote, science. You know what I'm saying? He was the guy. But like I'm trying to explain to you, he was a part of that group of people. He not really a part of us. It's just that we close in age. You know what I'm saying? But he's the youngest of that generation. Ali is 50. He belongs with the niggas that's 60 and 75 and 85 and dead. He's with them. He's not with me. I'm from the show me state. You know what I'm saying? I'm from the South in those terms. I'm from the show me state. You got to show me. We're not putting no sauce on it. You got to show me what you're talking about. If you can't show me what you're talking about, you got to get out of here. We can't do nothing with that, right? My pops raised me. Well, we got to be able to do something with that. We can't do nothing with that. We got to get rid of that. That's useless. So even good factual science is not good if we can't applicably use it to change our lives. We ain't even wasting no time or money on that. Move from here with that. Move from here with that. We're doing something. Take that down the block. Yeah, move from here with that. Right? We got to focus on things that can transform our lives, and then we use that as an example to roll out to other folks and say, look what I did. You probably could. Yeah, I don't. It may not work for you, but listen, it worked for me. Let me show you. And it worked for about maybe 7 out of 10 people. You know what I'm saying? 8 out of 10 people. This this might benefit you, right? I would say Ali is the last of that, because those was the guys that was making up stuff. I think, and anybody would be hard pressed to disprove me, but I started the fact era. The fact era really came in with me going back and forth at it with the Amun-Ra squad. Because before that, there's no scientific conversation really in science. There's no like hardcore, like just straight science. Like there's science, like at 12th dimension, like all that pineal 12th dimension, like there's that. You know what I'm saying? Which gets loosely classified as metaphysics, that. Then there's the length from here to the sun and back, that type of science, you know what I'm saying? But there wasn't no like really getting to the, like the mitochondria, the health and, mental, physical, like that wasn't really. So it started really with that. I initiated that wave with the Amun-Ra squad, us going back and forth beefing, right? But it's part of just the way I see the world. I see the world in a plain, matter-of-fact kind of way. You know what I'm saying? Like a guy off the, from 158th Street, the Bronx would kind of see the world, right? So no matter how much I learn about the world, I still have that perspective because that's still who I am. That's still my first stop in the world. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I interpret things, right? Y'all better stop playing around. Listen, y'all got to get the book. I'm telling you, y'all got to get the book. Y'all have to go and get the book. Get the book. Get the book.
I ain't doing nothing special. I think it's them herbs he be giving my man's right here.
Herbs? You look great, by the way, too. You're in shape.
I appreciate
you was getting fat for a minute.
I know it's just falling off me, man. I don't know what it is. It's just falling off me. I ain't doing nothing special. I think it's them herbs he be giving my man's right here.
Herbs?
What's the herbs?
I don't think you pronounced the H, by the way.
Herbs?
No, you do.
No, that's the right way. No, they herbs. What's that stuff you be giving me?
Come on over here to the mic, polo sweater man.
Tell him.
Ralph Lauren.
It's them herbs he got, man. You need to get some of them herbs, man.
What is herbs?
What are you his nutritionist? Yeah. I'm the nutritionist for the team.
Okay. We're doing the 40-day. Well, my daughter's doing it, because I don't eat it anyway. No bread, no pasta, no bread, no pasta. What else?
EnQi, I gotta say this to you. You are the face now of the health and nutrition. You are the most qualified brother to speak on health and nutrition. It is you, and you better make the best of it, brother.
My name is Minister EnQi. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin vs. Diabetes Ministry.
Oh, I know what I'm supposed to do. Yeah. Good thing I have my grocery shopping list. Don't leave home without it.
Empress and them and a few of the sisters was talking about health and eating, 40 days of fasting, and he came up saying he wrote books on 40 days of fasting. He created some one of them he created, and they
the 40-day fruit fast. Is that's the one he was talking about?
I don't know. They shot the nigga.
Your science shaky. You need to read Dr. EnQi books.